solid foundation.
Tanzania is a country that has played a crucial role to influence stability in many other countries.
Tanzania got its independence in 1961, and we got our independence peaceful. Our father of the nation, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, declared that we can't be free if the rest of Africa is not free. So soon after our independence, Tanzania adopted a policy of supporting the rest of South African countries, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Angola, Mozambique, down to South Africa. Allocate part of its land for the freedom fighters to stay in Tanzania, to contribute to the liberation of other countries in Africa.
We stand as one.
It's an amazing place. It has sort of unbounded potential. There's high population growth, there's big plans for development.
And I look at the direction of the country where we are headed, and I can only see positive.
We are no longer a poor country. We are moving, producing our own things and also exporting our own things.
It's one of the countries in Africa which economically is very, very stable. You have all of the prospects of growing.
It is well developed in terms of infrastructure, international airports, good roads.
So when that is combined with the abundance of tourist attraction, that makes Tanzania a very good place to live and work.
Tanzania is a unique country. We have allocated over 30% of our land for wildlife, for flora and fauna.
Tanzania actually protects and conserves a little bit more than 33% of its land, and it is covered by more than 50% by forests.
It's a beautiful country. You've got the mountains, you've got the countryside, the Indian Ocean's beautiful.
That is the Serengeti of the terrestrial, it is the Serengetis and Manyaras of the marine conservation.
Zanzibar Island, Pemba Island, fantastic scenery.
But Tanzania goes beyond natural heritage. Tanzanian music, Tanzanian film, our political history, our political positioning, cultural heritage that we have.
It's very, very important to preserve and to understand our own culture itself. If you look at all these carvings, it shows you the amount of talent we have. The Makonde carvings, the carving of the Shetani, the spirits, the carving of the tree of life, the family tree, the modern abstract. It gives a sort of sense of identity to our country.
For us, heritage is everything, is a value. We have our food, our aroma, our music, our way of life, how we live.
We love to see foreigners come over here and enjoy our country.
Wherever you go, you don't feel like a stranger.
We're very peaceful. The security is great here.
And we welcome any visitors coming to this country, and we make them feel at home.
2 years of living here, I realized that actually Indonesian people are so happy, and there are many things that that world can learn from Indonesia. For example, even your santai. Actually, it's really nice because seems like all world has been hectic lately, and it's so nice just to stop and think about your life or like enjoy a cup of tea or coffee. And Indonesian people really know how to do that. So I think that's why Indonesia, in my opinion, one of the most happiest countries in the world.
All right. I'm so happy to hear that Indonesia give you a lot of experience, a lot of happiness to live in here. I hope it's not only until now, but I hope forever Indonesia can give you that happiness.
Thank you so much.
So,
I believe so.
Okay, so now we enter your session for the speech. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Very nervous, but I'm ready.
All right, so you can inhale and be relaxed, exhale, and so yeah, let's start when you are ready.
Okay, so let me share my screen, may I?
All right, you can.
Okay. I'm so sorry, but you cannot start sharing.
All right, so maybe the operator, can you help the Zibek for share her screen?
That would be great, please. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. I think that we need just a little bit time.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Takes your time.
Sure. Thank you so much. Maybe while we're waiting, you or maybe our participants have some questions about my country.
All right. So yeah, it's very honored to ask about Kyrgyzstan to the original people from there. So are you guys have any question about Kyrgyzstan to the speaker? Or should I ask about Kyrgyzstan to you? All right, so I want to know what is the most unique food from Kyrgyzstan?
Oh, the most unique food from Kyrgyzstan should be horse milk.
Oh,
yes.
Really?
Yes,
Yeah.
we have horse milk and it's so tasty. You should try once.
Yeah. Could you describe the taste? How does it taste?
Wow, it's actually like horse milk, but it's a little bit fermented. So meaning to say it can be a little bit alcoholic, but actually it's considered to be very healthy. There are many people from all over the world that comes like to Kyrgyzstan or Kazakhstan special to drink this milk. Yeah, because it's, and if I talk about taste, I think that it's a little bit sour.
Oh, yeah. Is it like yogurt or?
It's just milk. It's just,
yeah. And I want to know about the weather in there.
We have seasons, so it is winter in my country right now.
Yeah. So where are you now?
I am in London. I live there.
All right.
And I think like I can already share my screen. So let's go on to my presentation.
Time is yours, Zibek.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Could you see my screen?
Yeah, no, I can see that.
Okay. Thinking about, by the way, thank you so much for inviting me to this amazing conference where I can share my knowledge and maybe some of my experience about technological development and what is how we can use actual technological development for our education. And when I was thinking about my topic, I decided that that's the topic, what is my role in implementation of e-learning, will be one of the best, because I'm sure that all of us, especially our participants or most of the students, are struggling right now with e-learning, right? it has been already 2 years that we have to have only Zoom meetings, so we cannot go to our schools or universities. And I want to show them that actually e-learning can be very positive. And what can we do for this? So, but first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Chibeka Jigaliva. You can read it in my description of Zoom or in my screen. The country of origin is Kyrgyz Republic. It is in Central Asia. So maybe if some of our participants will be interested, you can just check it in Google. My S.2 is public administration. So my S.2 I did it in my country, Academy of Public Administration under the President of Kyrgyz Republic. I also studied 1 year in Russia in High School of Economics. And for now, currently, I'm doing a business management in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Okay, this is very, very short introduction of me. And then let's go to our context. So first of all, in this presentation, I would like to talk about e-learning. What is it actually? Because we know we hear about this different, we hear this term a lot, but I don't think that many of us really think deeply about what is that e-learning. Also, I would like to talk about opportunities and drawbacks of e-learning and what is my role in implementation of e-learning. So let's go to e-learning. The first definition of e-learning was made in 1977 by Meiji. He says that the use of network technology to design, deliver, select, or administer and extend learning, it is considered to be e-learning. And as a result of development of information, because since 1977 we made like a lot of inventions, the world has passed several phases, like e-learning 1, when we just started usage of LMS, learning management system to create, design, and manage courses, to e-learning 2. So it is interactive learning. So it wasn't only when educator give you a course. No, in this case, user, student have an opportunity to contribute to news group and mailing list. So meaning to say he has an opportunity to contribute to the courses that he's learning. After that, in around 2010, we went to e-learning 3. So it is an intelligent learning with technologies like big data, linked data, cloud computing, 3D visualization, and etc. So it is a reality to make passive learner into active learner in the learning process. And currently, starting 2018, we are going to e-learning 4. That actually involves all forms of learning using electronic media and digital media, and its delivery to distribution. We can talk about the adaptability to the individual knowledge level, and also machine learning and game-based learning and e-assessment. So when you think that just because of COVID-19 we started e-learning, no, it is actually absolutely not correct at all, because e-learning, because COVID-19 just pushed us to use this e-learning. Actually, before the pandemic, as you can see here, the global education technology sector, which includes online learning, was growing about 15% a year. So meaning to say, even without COVID-19 and pandemic, one day we would go anyway to e-learning, and COVID-19 just helped us to realize that how actually we can use it. And of course, as many students see here, have ever perceived this, me too, when we started our Zoom meetings at university, I was thinking a lot how bad it actually is, that I miss my classmates and etc. And in this case, we have to talk about the drawbacks of e-learning. So when we think about the negative side of e-learning, we have to go that learners have to undergo contemplation, remoteness, and as well as lack of interaction or relation. We cannot just go, hey, how are you? No, we have to make a video calls, or we have to go to a Zoom call, or etc. And it is one of the biggest negative sides of e-learning. Also, when we talk about the e-learning, we always think that in terms of clarification, offer of explanation, as well as interpretation, it is lack. It is not as good as traditional learning. We cannot just ask our teacher, or we cannot just ask our docent about how to do this. There's no one that give you face-to-face, that gives you learning face-to-face and can explain everything that you cannot understand. And also another one is that cheating is unavoidable. Of course, cheating was a problem of all universities, of all level of education, but during the e-learning, it is we can see that it is even developing. Piracy, plagiarism, and also the selection of skills and ease of copy-paste. But as I said, we have been facing this problem for a long time, so e-learning just made it a little bit deeper. And another one is a possible lack of needed skills to deliver their acquired knowledge to others. The problem is that even though you have amazing academic knowledge, you know all theory or etc., but there can be a problem that you cannot explain it. Like for example, if you don't make presentations in front of other people, you cannot feel this nervousness. You cannot feel other feelings that that later on you will consider and think, okay, I have to change it. Unfortunately, e-learning cannot give you such kind of things. So it is one of the disadvantages of this process. And the last one is not all fields or discipline can employ the e-learning technique in education. Of course, for mechanism or for medicine, it's hard to believe that the doctor can be learning, can learn our body by e-learning and then start to healing us. No, that will be hard. But on the other hand, e-learning is perfect for humanitarian sciences and for language learning. And after talking about the drawbacks of e-learning, let's think that is e-learning really bad? No, actually, it has a lot of opportunities that maybe some of us have never thought about. Opportunities of learning, actually, it's even more. First of all, it's very flexible in terms of time and place. You don't have to think about traveling to another country or to another city, going out from your family. Or you don't have to think about like, oh my God, what time I should go, like I should wake up at 5 to go to be there in my university at 7. No, it's impossible. You can just think about this and it really makes you feel less stressed. Also, higher access of knowledge and qualification via ease of access to a huge amount of information. Google is a huge source of any information. And unfortunately, during the traditional learning, when you're in classroom, you don't have this opportunity to search it all, right? You have to pay attention only to your teacher or only to your classmates. However, during the e-learning, even the Zoom meeting, you can always search the Google and understand, okay, what is that? Maybe sometimes we forget just little details. And it's really nice that we have an opportunity to search what is that and understand for us at this time, at this moment, right now. Another one is personalized learning, consideration of individual learner differences. Unfortunately, all of us, we are same, but at the same time, we are very different. Our learning possibilities are different. Maybe some of us are very slow learners. Maybe some of us are very fast learners. And it's absolutely normal to have very different learning processes. However, traditional learning sometimes doesn't consider it. And it's actually not effective in terms of overall education. However, e-learning gives us opportunity to personalize our learning experience and to understand, okay, I can learn it right now, I can learn it later. Another one, and I think it's the most important thing, it is cost effectiveness. E-learning really saves money both for learner and educator. You always can find free courses. You always can find something that can get for free, and it's excellent for students especially. Also for educator, our universities and schools don't have to think about classrooms, don't have to think about projectors or any other things that actually we really need, and actually it costs a lot of money. So cost effectiveness, it is one of the biggest positive sides of e-learning. And another one, it is opportunities for relation between learners by the use of discussion forums. We cannot say that we always say that because of e-learning, we cannot meet our classmates. But on the other hand, you have a huge amount of social media. You have a huge amount of platforms that you can use to talk not only with your classmates, but also you can meet many people, not from only your country, but from another country, and you always have an opportunity to share your opinion with them. And I think that I hope that our participants can consider this, especially in terms of, for example, practicing your English, because it's really excellent. And I think that the last but not least, it is self-pacing. As I said, some of us can be a slow learners, some of us can be fast learners, and when we have e-learning, we can just try to think about our pace and make this perception of information on your own, for your speed. Not you don't have to think about your classmates. And I think that it's very good, especially when you're learning very hard subjects. For example, SPSS, for example, statistics. It's quite hard, and you always have an opportunity to learn it again and again. And e-learning is perfect for it. So what we can say after that? We can say that opportunities of the e-learning that gives you, I do believe, in my opinion, that e-learning gives you freedom. It gives you freedom to choose a platform of learning. You can choose any. You don't have to only limit yourself just with your faculty, just with your university. No, because when we have to think about our faculty, we are only 16 years old, right? And it's so hard to understand that when you're 16, you have to make one of the biggest decisions in your life. You have to understand, what do you want to do? And after that, many people, even though they don't like their faculty, even though they don't like their specialization after, they just keep living with it. And actually, it's a little bit sad. And it's really limits, especially young people, in realizing themselves. So I think that e-learning gives you a freedom because you can choose platform of learning and you can choose what actually you really want to learn. Maybe while you're learning medicine, actually inside of your soul, you always wanted to be just marketer or something else. So you can choose what do you want to do. And another one, information. In traditional learning, some of information can be already behind. Like, for example, sometimes we use books that is like 2010, that was published in 2005 or 2015. And even 5 or 3 years, it's already in our digital world, it's already quite old information. We have updates every year. We have updates even every month and every day. So you always can find a new information and you always can filter this information. Is it appropriate for you or it's not? So I do hope that you can think about e-learning not only negatively but positively and think that it really gives you freedom. So after that, what kind of conclusion I can make? What is my role in implementation of e-learning? When I was thinking about that, I remembered about my experience because I was an English teacher, a volunteer for UPI students for 2 months, and I realized that many of them, even though their English are quite good, they have never tried to develop it. They never use such like online platforms, or they never use social media just to use their English, just to practice their skills. And also, I was many times I was a guest speakers in schools and some universities, and I know that they really have this. How to explain it? They say that they're shy. They say that they're not so confident, and they never consider that they can learn something new. And sometimes when I ask like, what do you want to do in future? What do you want to do in 5 years or 3 years? They're not sure. And when I say like, do you want to be really what you're supposed to be in this faculty? They say like, actually, no, I want to change it, but I don't know how to do it. Because first of all, it can be, you have to travel, right? You have to go to another city to learn something. Or another one, you have to pay for your university and college. And unfortunately, many people cannot just afford it, paying for colleges or universities. And in this case, please try to think that you always can use many platforms. For example, I personally use a lot of Coursera. It has a lot of free courses, absolutely for free, from Yale, from Oxford, from Harvard, and it's great because I can learn, because I don't have to go to USA to learn it. No, I can just be in Indonesia or in my country and start learning it. And also there are other platforms like Skillshare or Udemy or Treehouse. So you can just go there, log in and start learning. Maybe, yes, of course, some courses you have to pay for it. But even though if you compare the course with cost in university and cost in this platform, this platform is much cheaper. So one more time, it really gives you, e-learning really gives you, this platform gives you freedom. And what is my role? I think personally, my role is to give you this information, to promote these opportunities of e-learning, because, for example, in Indonesia, there are many people who cannot just learn what they want to learn. And it's not only in Indonesia, it's all over the world. And as long as, like, for example, hey, please try to learn this Coursera, you can just check it and maybe they will like it. Or maybe you can just check the Skillshare. And as long as you give this, like promotion, as long as you give this information to others, you realize that even though you are not inventor, even though you cannot be another Mark Zuckerberg, but on the other hand, you can just make a little changes around you. You can open new opportunities for at least one of your friends, and I think that it will be already good for development of young people in Indonesia. And when I say like e-learning, many people say, hey, but we don't have internet, we don't have a good connection. But statistics says actually that this is different, because internet users in Indonesia, even though when you have like 272 million people, there are like more than like 300 million mobile phone connection. And you can see that there are like almost more than half of these, they use internet, there are internet users. And also like 160 million people in Indonesia, there are active social media users. So meaning to say that it's actually, when you say like, please try to learn it. No, I don't have a good internet connection. Actually, it's just excuse. If you give them opportunity just to explore one more time, they can start learning it. So you really can make change around you. And this is actually all that I wanted to share with you today. I do hope that you enjoyed it. And if you have any questions or if you have anything else that you would like to share, please feel free to say it right now or maybe later on during the question answer section. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Elizabeth. That was a very great session with you, and I do believe that COVID doesn't stop us to learn, but COVID only push us to be better in online learning, because online learning gave us wider space to learn in flexible time, because we have a freedom to choose the learning, which is whether it can be free course or even paid course, right?
Yes.
So yeah, we can learn more wider, not only like usual classes, right?
Yes, that's true. We really have to use this freedom that give us this e-learning opportunity, because I met already like many students who say like, I just want to back to my university. And there are many people who quitted their university for like semester or 2 semesters just because it is not traditional. And I think that it's not so fair, because you're not getting younger, actually, you're getting older. And you have to think that one day you won't be a young people. One day you will be already 30, 40. So you have to catch this opportunity and start thinking about freedoms that gives you give you these online platforms and start developing your skills and realizing yourself.
All right, that's right. Very mind-blowing because of your speech, and it's really amazing for me to listen, for us to learn a lot from you. And because we have no question and answer session for this session, I want you to deliver your closing statement to our participant today.
I see. Okay. Wow, what can I say? I still actually feel so nervous, but I do hope that it will be fine. So one more time, thank you so much for inviting me to this amazing conference. I'm really honored to meet so many participants, even though it's I'm sitting in my room actually. Yeah, but it's so nice to see a lot of new faces. And I do hope that my presentation just maybe a little bit, but made this change and make you think about like, what can I do? What can I do to implement? Because there are so many people who live in remote areas. There are so many people who live in villages. And unfortunately, even though they have internet connection, they don't have this information to start their learning. I've been to, for example, even in Bali, you can say, okay, Bali is like super developed city. No, but actually there are only some areas that is developed. And if you go inside, there are many people who are not still educated. And I think that if all these people just start to promoting these opportunities of e-learning, I'm sure that you can make your city, your friends, your country, Indonesia, much better. And I do hope that it really make you think about it, and maybe you can try to use this information for your own development too. Thank you so much, and I do hope that you will have a great day.
All right, thank you so much, Vivek. It was nice to meet you, and I hope we can share more knowledge, more topic to be discussed together, but we still have limited time and also limited platforms. And I can't wait to share something to you more in next session. So I think we need to end up your session today.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. You too. All right, so we have finished with our first speaker. Now we are going to move on to our second speaker. He is all the way from France. His name is Nadir Rebiai. He is going to present about the topic A. The title is This is a Business on an Education Sustainable Project that I will present to a more developed area. Hello, Nadir. How are you? Are you here with us?
Hello, yes, I am here.
All
Glad
right.
to hear you all.
Sorry?
You hear me?
Yes, I can
Yes,
hear you. All right.
I'm glad to be there.
Yeah. So before we start your session, may I ask you about how do you feel about being a speaker at this international event? Are you feeling nervous or are you just excited?
Both, I'm nervous a bit because it's my first time that I do a presentation in English.
All right.
And also, I'm glad to be here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it is going to be very memorable for you because this is your first time, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's normal to feel nervous to try something new in your life. So, Nadir, so I want to ask about what makes you amazed of Indonesia?
So what makes me amazed of Indonesia, it's the diversity of the nation. That there is many how to say many suku bangsa that lives together. So, for example, in big cities like Jakarta or Bandung, there's many people coming from many places with different mother tongue for some of them, which communicate in Bahasa Indonesia, and they are really close, each one, despite their roots.
All right.
So it's one of many things that amazed me in Indonesia.
All right. Yeah, Indonesia has a lot of suku bangsa, you said. And I know that if you come travel to Indonesia, to any city in Indonesia, you will feel different vibes from each city to another city. It will be very different. So before that, I want to ask you another thing, that what is the first thing that comes on your mind when I mention Indonesia?
What's the first thing?
Yeah.
I would say the island.
Sorry?
Islands,
Island.
archipelago, maybe.
Archipelago, yeah.
Yes.
So do you like the, what is it, ocean, the island in Indonesia?
I can't say that I like it because I never went to Indonesia yet.
Oh, yeah.
But in general, I like the ocean, and I already saw many pictures or video of the ocean in Indonesia. More in the Kalimantan side, and I really like it. Yes.
Yes, you're right. So Indonesia, not only Bali, that beautiful in Indonesia, but also Kalimantan and any other islands. And I hope that you can go to Indonesia as soon as possible. So you are
yes, me too.
still in France right now?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, right. So, yeah, I feel very excited because this is my first time to speak with French people. So, yeah, I want to listen your speech for this session. Are you ready to share with us?
Yes.
All right. So you can start now.
Yes, I will share. What can do?
All right. We can see that. Your share screen.
Oh, yes. Okay, it's right. So today I will present my subject on business on an education sustainable project. And I took the project of one of many projects which can be imagined. And I first thought on an environmental card game. So for the idea, why the first part, the importance of sustainability in education. So I took the how to say the sentence by Schumacher, which was said education is a greatest resource for developing sustainability according to him. So why education? Because how to say? Because there is many ways to develop sustainability, like how to say, like in case of company which can be which has how to say, which has sustainable parts. But education is the first thing that comes to mind, because sustainability should be learned at very early age and not later, because later we already had habits that stuck in our mind. So, like we said here, I took the means of sustainable development. So there is many goals, and it's important because it merge many goals. So we have three main goals, like social, economics, and ecological. And with them, we can finally have sustainable development. So I take this part because education should be took by the school, like middle school, university, or everything else. But the subject was business, so it's not really the school which will do the project. And I think it's really a good idea, because if it's the school which does the project, it can be really difficult and ever more difficult, because like John Fain in his paper demonstrated, many teachers would face insecurity towards students, pupils in general, using some alternative education. So if you want to, if you want to talk to students sustainability, it would be maybe better to be outside of school first, and after we can implement it in the school. So how and now I will present briefly the project of the company, the business. So the card game, the idea is a card game based on memorization, like a Japanese game that maybe some knows that named Uta Karuta. So like we see in the right side, I tried to image the content of the card. So there is the image, the chip, which will be maybe a fish or meat, fish, nature, tree, let's say animals, ocean, and all, and the title, which will be the name. So the goal of this game is to students to learn everything about the environment. So they would have many passive knowledge about environment, and with this passive knowledge, they finally can, develop their perception of the environment, and therefore, even it's still passive knowledge, they would be active because they, how to say, it's better to act in first in passive ways. So people have as habits, and with these habits, they will act in an active way. So, for example, if a student know that this chip of tree can be know his name, his scientific name, is how he grow, how he die, and how he can be preserved. This student will act in a way that he will preserve the tree, but this is some basic knowledge that people doesn't have today. And the idea of this card game is eventually to give people in a logic and easy way this type of knowledges on everything about environment. So I also took the Jacoto method. Why I took this method? It's a pedagogic style in a pedagogic method that will be better to be used in this type of business, because in first it's a business of a company which would sell a card game of this kind, but the goal is also to implement this type of card game in a course in a middle school or primary school or high school. And so we cannot implement a course with traditional method for this type of course. So the Jacoto method is an alternative method that would place the student as in the same level than the teacher, in a way that the teacher learn with the student. So the idea behind this is that in the class we have this test card and even environmental things, and that that the students that already learned about these things share their point of view with the teacher, and the teacher share is a method of how apply their point of view in the reality. So the method behind this is that students give their the material, and the teacher gives the method. So it's not the traditional that the teacher gives the material and the method. No, it's a student which will give the method, the material, and teacher the method. And so to conclude, I put an example of how this card game would look. So this example is Hanafuda card game, also Japanese or Korean, or we can also find this type of card game in Micronesia and Hawaii. And it would look like this in behind, and in the front face we will see like I showed here. And so two main sources that I used in this presentation. So thank you. I just put one slide with thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nadir. You deliver such an amazing speech, and I am very amazed on how you think to to help the quality in Asia. Yeah, I'm very amazed on how you think to give the best solution for that. And I haven't asked you to introduce yourself, by the way. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. So for Anton, just 1 second. To introduce myself, so I'm Nadir, and Nadir is my surname, and Rebla is my first name. And I'm from France, but I'm French Algerian. So I don't know, in English it's Algeria, but in Indonesian it's Al Jazair, also in Arab. And I have a nationality of both, but mainly lived in France. And I'm an university student here in France, and in UPI I'm an exchange student. And so my major was Indonesian and international business. And in UPI, my major is Islamic finance.
All right. That's very good to know you more. So before we close your session, I want to know about France a little bit more. And I want you to describe your country. What makes your country unique and why we should visit France?
I think there is also an huge diversity in France. So in terms, for example, in terms of population in big cities like Paris. So I'm living in Paris, but I'm from the southeast, just close to the sea, from Nice, and my first thought about France, and my first liking, it's also the diversity of landscapes, of of scenery, because there is mountains, there is snow, there is also the sea. Some place with sea like with a good sea. How to say? Yeah, the sea where we can swim.
Right. Yeah.
And there is a really good landscapes of like agricultural landscape, and many things like that, and also the French cuisine, which is really known and good.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it is very, very interesting place to visit. So I'll put France on my very first country that I want to visit someday. All right. Thank you very much, Nadir from France. I'm having meaningful and also inspiring session with you. Nice to meet you. And I can't wait to meet you to share more things with you.
Yeah, I can't wait to.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. And also, if you have some question about my presentation or even about France, you can ask. There is no problem.
All right. So because this session have no question and answer session, would you like to give your closing statement to us?
Yes, so thank you very much for this event, which is really great and good looking. I really liked the opening of the session today and also yesterday. And so really thanks to you all for this for this meetup, and also thank you for listening to my presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Nadir. It's nice to meet you, and have a good day, Nadir, in France.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, thank you very much. So now all the speaker for this international symposium has already presented their essay. So now it's time for me to end the international symposium session. I am Yolan Sani. I feel so honored to lead this session, meet all the incredible speakers, having a lot of new insight, and yeah, I'm very happy to be here. So see you in another amazing session with me, and let's meet again with our Master of Ceremony.
Ayo, siapa yang punya cita-cita? Aku mau jadi dokter, astronot, jadi guru. Saya mau jadi pilot. Bu, aku ingin jadi pilot. Ayo, siapa yang punya cita-cita? Aku mau jadi dokter, astronot, jadi guru. Saya mau jadi pilot. Bu, aku ingin jadi pilot.
Mulai sekarang kita nabung bareng ya. Rajin belajar ya nak, isi celenganmu sudah ibu pindahkan ke sini.
Wah, makasih ya Bu.
Belum cukup.
Tenang, kan masih ada tabungan ibu.
Makasih Bu. Nabung emas di Pegadaian.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good morning, everyone. So, thank you very much for UPI to have allowed Pamify to give a bit of information and presentation to all of you. Anyway, can you guys hear my voice clearly? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. So, Pahamify would like to thank you for the opportunity. And first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Reza. I'm handling business development and partnership within Pahamify. So, Pahamify here would like to take the opportunity to convey several messages. One of which is the role that we offer to student executive bodies in Indonesia, especially. So what do we offer? So we are committed to providing support in your activities. So the support meaning that we will provide sponsorship, we will support perhaps like media publications to student executive bodies in Indonesia, and we are committed to providing the support in your activities. But the support that we are willing to give, it's a support that is targeted to your activities. So any activities that you have. For example, you have like competitions, you have tryouts, you have any competitions related to high school students. So as long as your events or your competition is targeted at high school students, we will provide that support. And as you know from the previous video, that Pamify is a learning applications, and it is targeted for Indonesian student in high school level. So we will provide support to high school students. So that's why we are committed to it, because our own app is actually targeted on high school students. So any events that you have related to high school students, we will be there. And perhaps if you guys noticed that Pahamify already supported a lot of events such as this one, and we will be more than happy to help you down the line for your events related to high school students. And I will be open to answer several questions, perhaps, if you have, regarding our support and maybe regarding Pamify. Thank you very much. So any questions related to so you can put the questions perhaps in the chat room, or perhaps you can put the question in the chat room, and I will be more than happy to answer it. Perhaps if you have questions regarding what kind of support the events that we supported before, or where to contact us to get our support. So you can contact us through partnership@pahamify.com. So I'm going to write it here. Lagi Mbak, boleh ditelepon 15 menit lagi? Okay. So if there's no questions, then I will give this platform back to the Master of Ceremony. But if you still have questions, you can put it in the chat box. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Then I will you can contact us through the email I gave before. Thank you very much for everything. Goodbye.
All right. Would like to say thank you so much for Pahamify as one of the sponsor. Thank you so much for all the support. And also we would like to say thank you for Tehmia, who had guided our symposium as the moderator. And of course, thank you so much for all of the speakers.
Exactly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and also educators, we will have another webinar this morning. We'll be talking about academics and organizations for youth as the iron stock in Asia. So are you ready for the next webinar of today's agenda? Must be ready, right? Because this webinar will be guided by our incredible moderator. He is Muhammad Rafi Anggara. He's an edupreneur and author, editor, international journal, JKPI, Jurnal Kajian Peradaban Islam, founder and director for @IM Dakwah, and at pejuangbahagia.id. He is focused on developing education with excellent writing and communication skills, as well as a lot of experience in social, educational, and writing projects. He is graduated with Bachelor of Education in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and other than that, he receiving many awards and achievements in international, national, province, and also institution. And now, without any further ado, let's invite Mr. Rafi. Are you there? Hello.
Hello, Mr. Rafi.
I'm here. Can you hear my voice?
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. All right.
All right. Okay, Mr. Rafi, are you ready?
Yes, I'm always ready, inshallah.
All right, thank you then. Mr. Rafi, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the host, Mr. Cecep and Miss Rina. Let me start our webinar today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, everyone from Bandung, from Bandung, Indonesia. Welcome to the webinar for our second day of Asia Education Project, which focus with the theme of youth and organization. And it has a title, Youth, Academic and Organization. Which will be delivered by our speakers, Mr. Faruk Ibn Haki ST, MRGN or URB plan. He will present about academics and organization for youth as the iron stock in Asia. So first of all, maybe let me introduce myself first. My name is Muhammad Rafi Anggara. Here I'm going to be the moderator for this webinar. And Alhamdulillah, Mr. Faruk is already here with us in our Zoom meeting. Hello, Mr. Faruk. Can you hear my voice?
Hello, Rafi.
Okay.
How are you today?
Alhamdulillah, glad to have you here, Mr. How are you today?
I'm fine. How about the other people?
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Well, I guess you are feeling excited to share your perspective today and experience on academics and organization for youth as the iron stock in Asia. And obviously the audience can wait for so long. So before we begin this session, I will tell you guys, all of the participants, more about Mr. Faruk. Okay. His full name is Faruk Ibnul Haki. He is the coordinator of PPI Dunia, the World of PPI 2021. He is a specialist in architectural design, urban planning, and urban design. His research interests are focusing on urban political leadership, urban design, and health, especially with regard to Indonesian cities. His current primary research interests include urban architecture, urban design policy, intervention, and healthy city in developing countries, with particular emphasis on Indonesia. Also interest on maximizing the role of rural communities, rural urban concept. And his specialties is teaching and research on architectural and urban planning and design. All right, well, all of the participants, audience, and also the educators, based on his CV, curriculum vitae, we already know how competent he is in developing academics and organization for youth as the iron stock in Asia. So now he is going to talk the interest topic related to them. And for all us, make sure the session, there will be question and you can type your question in chat box, and then I will choose some of the question to be asked to Mr. Faruk at the end of the session. And if you are lucky enough, maybe there will be some door prize or other thing. And I think because now is the time to hear the materials from Mr. Faruk Ibn Haki that will be shared. Some materials about academics and organization, including the potential of youth as the iron stock in Asia, the importance of academic and organization for youth, how to maximize the potential of young people through academics and organization, the influence of youth through academics and organization for of youth to be the iron stock to handle their future through academic and organization in realize the SDGs. So because the time is over, so now let's go to the material session. All right, please welcome to Mr. Faruk. You can start your 14-minute webinar from now. The time is yours, Mr.
Okay, thank you very much, Rafi. I just wondering how long for my presentation for today. Is it until 11?
Yes, that's right. And the last 15 minutes will be question and answer session.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Maybe I will share my presentation. Have you seen my presentation?
Yes, we can see it. And there's still you're not on the display. Sorry, Mr.
Okay, clear?
Still, you're not on your display, Mr.
Wait
Sorry.
a minute. All good?
All right, that's clear.
Okay, thank you very much, Raffi. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Salam 24 jam from OISA, PPI Dunia. Today, I'm going to talk about the youth academic and organization, the iron stock of the Asia. And before that, I would like to distinguish the mystery of tourism and creative economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Bang Sandiaga Uno, and Governor of Jakarta, Kang Anies Baswedan, and also Director of International Affairs UPI, Mr. Ahmad Bukhari, and my colleague, Mr. Haki, and all the speakers who come from India, Kyrgyzstan, Tanzania, Morocco, Ghana, France, and all the participants. And last but not least, for the committee, I really appreciate everything that you do on the initiation of the event like this, and you and team are doing great. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely pleased to speak on this Asia Education Project. And today I'm going to present youth, academic, and organization, the iron stock of the Asia, but in the connection of how the role of youth in creating Indonesia golden generation in 2045. This is my CV. I'm a PhD candidate in urban and regional planning in the University of South Australia, and my master also from University of South Australia. And the other one is I have been in Vietnam and Philippines, and also I got a graduate from Bachelor of Architecture in University of Islam Indonesia. And now I'm a coordinator of PPI Dunia. And also this is my organization experience of my on the OISA. Maybe I would like to mention what is the OISA. OISA is Perhimpunan Pelajar Indonesia Dunia, which alliance of the overseas Indonesian Student Association in the world, and we have all the member is 60 countries. In the 3 regional, which is the America and Europe, and also Middle East and Africa, and Asia and Oceania. If we talk about the Indonesian golden age era in 2045, maybe Indonesia is predicted to become the the strongest economy in the world, with the GDP reaching USD more than almost to 500 billion, while in the year 2050 it is predicted to be ranked in the 4th in the world. And this is really unique because the Indonesian community is rather unique. They are quite fond of big prediction. For example, there is a prediction that Indonesia will have a demography bonus in 2030. And the most recent one, and how to reach Indonesia golden generation in 2045, because this prediction is come from before the pandemic. So that's why this is really challenge for us as the youth to reach the Indonesian global in 2045. If we talk about the mega trend, world mega trend, maybe I would like to mention the biggest that I think the mega trend is really challenge for us, for Indonesia. For example, first is demographic mega trend marked by increasing migration between countries, or like borderless society, and an increasing proportion of the elderly population. And the second one is the urbanization megatrend. In 2045, it is estimated that around almost 70% of the world population will live in cities, compared to 2010, which was only 50%. The third one is the international trade megatrend. The Asia-Pacific region is believed to still be able to become the axis of world trade and investment. And the fourth one, the megatrend of the emergence of the middle class in emerging market economic in Asia and Latin America. And the fifth, the megatrend in competition for natural resources and geostrategy with the consequence that development of national industry at the managing natural resources with innovation and technology. This megatrend, the world megatrend, is really influenced on the Indonesian Golden 2045. So that's why this is really important for us to make sure the mega trend will come smooth and not become the worst demography like the vice versa. If we talk Indonesia 2045, there are 4 pillars Indonesia development for 2045. The first one is Indonesia people who are superior culture and master in science and technology. And also the second one is sustainable economy, even development and democratic country. In the government. So based on the 4th pillar, all of these are based on the quality of human resources of our nation. So if we talk at the Indonesian Golden 2045, so it is important if we as a youth really make sure that we have to master in the science and technology, because this is the most important thing that influence of Indonesian 2045. After we talk about the human resources, so we can see that Global Innovation Index in the 2020, Indonesia the rank is 85 with a score of 26. So if we compare with the Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Korea, South Korea, and German, maybe we just see that on the rank or 85. So this is maybe the worst one. But I believe that in the Global Innovation Index or the GIA, which is rank of the world economy based on the country's innovation capability, on the country innovation in 2020 placed Indonesia in the 80th place or below countries such as Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, and the others. These are at least 3 main factors why Indonesia is lagging behind in terms of innovation. First, I think the institution in Indonesia haven't supported technological innovation. The secondly, human resources and research quality in the country have been able to produce competitive innovation. And the third, level of sophistication in Indonesia has been able to support a conducive climate of innovation. So this is why the Indonesian has a rank on the 85. If we talk about the bonus demography, maybe we can see that the total population of Indonesia is 270 million people, with the presentation of the youth is 70%. So from the people who attain this event with the total of 183 people, I believe that all of us is the youth. So that's why this is really important to us to have a look with the Indonesian now is recently dominated by Gen Z and millennial. With the total of millennial people is almost 70 million people, and with the Gen Z with more than 74 million people. So that's why this is really important to us to realize that Indonesia has the potential to get a bonus demography. But if we have as a productive beds, for example, if we talk bonus demography, maybe I would like to mention about the human resources, because the superior human resources are the people that has a learner character, human resources who are ready to live in a knowledge-based economy and a technology-driven, and human resources who are ready and quickly to adapt and technology and human resources who can still maintain the integrity aspect of humanism, such as creativity, manners, morality, common sense, and ethics. And maybe if we connected with the organization, for example, Indonesia is the biggest, maybe, for example, Muslim Student Association, like in Indonesia, is the biggest and the oldest organization in Indonesia, who have a good cadre organization. Also, in the context of overseas, like PPI or OISA, who are also one of the which organization in overseas, the oldest organization, who have a good vision in contributing in Indonesia development. So that's why this is really important for us to actively in the organization to promote Indonesia in the context of Indonesia development. What's learned from India? Maybe we can see that the yoga, for example, yoga goes global. Entire world celebrate Yoga Days on 21st June with the great enthusiasm. But the question is, what is for Indonesia identity that goes global? Does anyone can answer what is Indonesia's activity that goes global? Maybe angklung or batik? And yoga inscribed on the representative list on intangible cultural heritage of humanity in the UNESCO. The question is how to strengthen the character of the nation generation, especially for us as the youth. Because the demographic bonus talk about how in 2030 Indonesian population will be dominated by the youth who belong in the working age group. In the meantime, it's also been predicted when Indonesia turns 100 years old in 2045, the country can become one of the world's economic giants. So how to strengthen? Gen Z must have a 21st skills, how they bring leverage to the society, critical thinking, research skill, creativity, oral and writing communication, public speaking, leadership, teamwork, collaboration, ITC, literacy, and the other people's skill, and the other skill on the 21st skill that's Gen Z must have. But the foremost, I would like to mention that the critical thinking is the foremost skill that we have to have. Because with the critical thinking, we have to create, evaluate, and analyze. But when the people who have a low order thinking, they only have the apply, understanding, and remember. I can imagine that when the people only low order thinking. If we have a look on the mission, on the goal of Indonesian national, on the national ideal and goal in the preamble of the 1945 Constitution. The vision is realizing an independent, united, sovereign, just, and prosperous of Indonesia, which have the mission protect all Indonesian people, promote and the general welfare, enrich the life of nation, participate in carrying out world order based on the internal peace, social justice. So when the OISA have the vision and mission in the Cendeke Apik 2021 and 2022, they have a vision and mission ongoing mutual cooperation to revitalize OISA roles as an integrated laboratory center for scholars from the state and the regional OISA to contribute in pushing the demographic bonus into an economic bonus toward in Golden 45. So this vision and mission in line with the mission of Indonesian Development 2025. This is one of the example how the OISA commit to contribute in Indonesia development with values and spirit: adaptive, progressive, inclusive, and collaborative. Adaptive is realized by continuously adapting and being able to predictive with the time, especially with the time of the pandemic. Progressive realized with the sustainable, advanced, and increasing expanding program. Inclusive realized by organization that is able to other cultures, and collaborative realize the opportunities with the various party for collaboration. And the other one is the model pentahelix, building the ecosystem of the OISA organization by the pentahelix framework. The pentahelix model with the element which are government, university, industry, society, and media. There is an interaction between the 5 pentahelix actors to produce a strategic program innovation, which resulting from a synergetic partnership to encourage a national development. And this is one of the commitment of OISA in building an ecosystem of organization and program based on this pentahelix framework. And maybe one of the president of the Republic Indonesia, or the third of president, Professor Dr. B.J. Habibie, is one of the leader of OISA in German. He mentioned that if it is not us or youth who build our nation, then who else? Don't expect other people to come to build our nation. This is the message of the one of the inspired people in PPI Dunia. So that's why this is really important for us as the youth to reflect. Please don't expect to come to other people to come to our nation to build our nation. This is a great message for us. And last, this is one of the contribution of the OISA for Indonesia development. We have produced the book series, 12 book series about Indonesian Golden 2045, and information of scholarship and festival overseas education, and also cooperation between OISA with the other pentahelix actor, and also the next OISA will be the bridge, strategic bridging for investment, world investment for Indonesia. Lastly, OISA or PPI Dunia for Indonesia with the excellent and noble character. And thank you very much. This is my presentation, and please don't forget to follow Instagram of PPI Dunia, and also my Faruk Haki and Velari PPI Dunia to update an information about the OISA event and program, and how in OISA in commitment to develop and Indonesia development in the future. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Mr. Faruk. Such a great explanation. And there's still no any question in the chat box, I think, but maybe for all of the participants, if there is any question, then you want to share it by voice, you can unmute your audio. All right. Oh yeah. Okay. Yes, please. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to ask it on the chat box, or just unmute yourself and unmute your audio. Okay, there's one question personally sent to me. The question is, thank you so much, Mr. Farouk, for your explanation. Is it able for every student in Indonesia to contribute to the program at PPI Dunia? Because because it like maybe if I try to get the question, PPI Dunia's program is like special for the foreign student. Is it able for the Indonesian students? That's the question. Thank you, Mr. Farouk.
Okay, thank you very much, Fafi. This is a good question. Actually, for overseas or PPI Dunia especially is only for the member is only for Indonesian students who have study in the overseas. But in the collaboration of program, it is really we really open to collaborate with the other participants, with the other organization to collaboration. For example, in the near future, we have a good program in Banyuwangi and also in the South Sulawesi, and we collaborate with the local student there. So that's why this is really good for us as an overseas Indonesian student in every country to collaborate with the local student in Indonesia. So that's why this is we really open. So please join and collaborate with us in the promote in Indonesia in the overseas, and also in the contribution of Indonesia development in the future. So don't hesitate to join with OISA in the near future program. So that's why please have a look in the program or in the social media of PPI Dunia, because there are many information about the open recruitment of for the local student or for Indonesian student in Indonesia. So that's why please join and then just have a look in the social media of PPI Dunia.
All right, thank you so much for the answers, Mr. Farouk. And I'm still waiting for other questions from all of the participants. Please type your question on the chat box.
Okay, Raffi, I think that's enough. Or there many? Is there any question again?
Okay, because I think there's still no question, on the chat box, and there's no one raising hand. So I think that's the end of our session or our webinar today. Thank you so much for Mr. Farouk, and thanks all for the audience from this webinar session. We can remember that our role as the student and educators also should always be ready for making improvement and action in order to improve our quality of our role as the iron stock in Asia, as what Mr. Farouk explained on his presentation. And we can improve our quality by dedicating ourselves with ideas and strong mission, especially in raising awareness and comparedness on academic and organization, especially for us as the youth. So maybe before we close our session, for Mr. Farouk, you may deliver your closing statement, maybe if there's any. Please, Mr. Farouk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Raffi. Maybe in the overall, I would like to mention about the Indonesian Golden 2045. And maybe this is really important for us as the youth recently. And today, there are many factors and the other challenges for us as the youth, and one of the pharmacies like demographic bonus. We have to realize the bonus, demographic bonus is really is come today. And so that's why we have to maximize the demographic bonus for Indonesia development. If we don't do that, have you seen like in the meme on the internet, some children playing games, for example? So this is like, how come for Indonesian 2045 if our next generation still only playing games in the gadgets? Can you imagine that? So that's why we are, as the youth, please concentrate and the focus for the demographic bonus in the future, in the 2045. And because the Indonesia is the biggest country and will be the fourth biggest in the 2045. So Indonesia, who are superior culture and master science and technology, is the key towards Indonesia Indonesia 2045. So I believe with the Asia education project like this event will promote how the youth will contribute in Indonesia, and maybe in the future, for example, in the 2030, Indonesia population will dominate by the youth and who belong in the working age group. So in the meantime, it also predicted in the 2045, the country can become one of the world economic giant. So that's why we have to make sure our goal, our vision in the Indonesian national in the 100-year age of Indonesia. So please collaborate and synergy with the other organization, like for example, like UPI, UPI, and invite all the member, all the organization. So this is one of the ways to promote Indonesia development or in Indonesia golden age under 2045. Thank you very much, Raffi.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Farouk, for your closing statement. And unfortunately, because we have limited time, and Mr. Farouk has already shared his closing statement, I think that's all for our session today in webinar 4 with them academics and organization for youth as the iron stock in Asia. Thank you so much for all of the participants, and once again, thank you so much for Mr. Farouk. My name is Raffi. Thank you. Have a great day. I think I will leave it back to the host, Mr. Cecep and Miss Nisrina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you so much for the insightful session of webinar with Mr. Farouk Ibnu Haki, and also for the moderator, Mr. Raffi. Thank you so much. And what do we have next, Kang Cecep?
All right, so next we will do International Symposium. This is the session that that educators are waiting for, especially the ones who have been chosen yesterday. But for this session, of course, it will be guided by the moderator. She is Teh Ayu Intan Harisbaya. She's a college student in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, majoring in English language and literature. And also, she is the most outstanding student in FPBS. Wow. All right. So she's also active in organizational experience. And right now, she is serving as vice chairman in Youth GSJA Cimahi.
All right, let's greet first. Hello,
Hello,
Ayu.
Ayu.
You there? Okay.
Yes, hello, Cecep and Nisrina. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, you're audible. All right, Teh Ayu, are you ready?
Of course.
Okay, then stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Cecep and Nisrina, for the brief introduction. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or maybe I can say educators. So welcome to the 3rd International Symposium of Asia Education Project 2021. My name is Ayu Intan Harisbaya, and I'm super honored to be the moderator for this event, which is held by Dirjen Pemuda Kemenpora BEM Rema UPI, Bandung. Before we begin the session, I would love to know how you're feeling today. But you have to answer it based on Pikachu's expression. I bet all of you in here know the character, right? Pikachu. And also for the committee, would you mind helping me to share the Pikachu pictures? All right, here we go. Here are the Pikachu pictures, and you may pick which number are you. I can say which Pikachu are you today. And for the MC, Cecep and Nisrina, you may answer it too. And also the audience here, you can type your answer, or you may use the raise hand feature to share your feelings today based on this picture, and wait for me to call your name. All right, maybe I can start first with my feelings today. I think I will pick number 1, of course, yeah. Which Pikachu am I today? I'm the first one because I'm so excited to join this international symposium. And how about the others? Okay, we can see the answer here. Great. There is 2. Wow, you're feeling cool today, yeah. Chill and cool, bro. And then 3. Why? Are you confused today? You're so excited to see your answers here. Thank you. And then what else? 5. Oh, you feel
Recording
sleepy,
stopped.
Devia. Okay, it's okay, but I hope from this international symposium we'll be more energetic and doesn't feel any kind of sleeping feelings again. 7. What does it mean, 7? It feels like what is it? A cute face, I think, but there's something behind
Recording
that.
in progress.
8. Oh my God. For Miss Nizau Zakia, are you feeling sad today? It's okay to not be okay, yeah. Please take care of yourself too. But I hope from this international symposium you can be happy from the insightful material. Okay, what else? 2 and 1 and 2 and 5 again. And 9, okay. There are some people who choose 9, yeah. Feels, what is it? Can I call, what do we call this picture? You can describe it with yourself. Okay, and 4, what is it for? Maybe so-so, yeah. So-so, or maybe, yeah, anything else you can describe your feelings today. But I hope all of these educators in this room can feel happy more and feel excited to join this international symposium. All right, thank you so much for the committee to share the pictures, and thank you so much for all of your responses, educators. But I do apologize for my virtual background. I think it's not too suitable with me, so there's some distraction maybe on my what is it, on my clothes, on my teeth, but I hope you never get any distraction from that. Just focus on the insightful material from our speaker. All right, educators, on this special occasion we shall have outstanding presentation from our prominent presenter, whom I believe shall enrich our insights and knowledge regarding the main theme of this event, which is the role of youth as education pioneers in the era of Society 5.0. Today, let's travel together to Africa because we have a special invited presenter from Africa, which is Miss Bushra E from Morocco, North Africa. Miss Bushra, are you already here with us? Okay, Miss Bushra, are you already here? I saw her name in this room, but I think she's not in here in the moment. Maybe for the committee, you can make sure is Miss Bushra already here or not, because I already see her name in this room, but maybe she cannot hear my voice in a moment. All right, while waiting Miss Bushra for answering my questions, for responding my question, we also have a conclusion presentation from the representative of our 4 best speakers, but only the representative, which is from Mr. Dery Romeo. And just a friendly reminder, yesterday we already got our 4 best speakers from each theme, which are Kezia Berliana, Miss Kezia Berliana from the theme A, and then Mr. Dery Romeo from the theme B, and Mr. Muhammad Alif Hidayat from theme C, and Mr. Muhammad Aldi Winata from theme D. Yeah. Yesterday, all of them already did the focus group discussion, and today, the representative of their group, Mr. Dery Romeo, will be presenting their conclusion today. All right, I think Miss Bushra is here today, but I think there's some error on her laptop or her connection. So I think I will invite our next speaker too, which is Mr. Dery Romeo. Mr. Dery Romeo, are you already here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. All right, Mr. Dery, thank you so much for coming again in this international symposium. How should I call you? Mr. Dery or Kak Dery or any other preferable name?
Yes, Dery.
Dery. Oh, all right, just your name.
Yes.
All right, Dery. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm really good.
You're really good. Did you see the previous picture, Pikachu's picture? Can you answer it with the number maybe?
The number of what?
Pikachu's pictures before that the committee presented. Do you still remember that?
No, maybe 1, I think.
1. Why? Can you describe more about the first picture from Pikachu?
I don't really remember that, but yeah, it feels like the Pikachu is happy virus, like so. I'm happy to be in here in our event today. So yeah, I choose the 1.
Great, thank you so much. I'm also excited to discuss more about your conclusion here with your friends yesterday. All right, are you ready, Dery, to present your conclusion?
Yes, of course.
All right. Without further ado, please welcome Dery Romeo with his presentation.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Dery from Education of University of Indonesia. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our draft resolutions in the general term, the contributions of youth in supporting achievement of sustainable development goals. Firstly, I will pronounce I to we because I am the representative from the other delegate. So let's move to the next slide. Okay. As you can see on the screen, there is a 4 theme, four different specific themes to define what is our contribution as youth to the educations. The first theme is from Kezia, This is a business on education sustainable project that I will present to more developed Asia. With the essay from Keisha is ensuring a bright future by a successful business. And the second theme is about for a purpose first Asia. This is what I will do in equalizing access to education for everyone. It is by myself, with the essay called Adaptive E-Learning Apps to Practice Fundamental Skills in Indonesia. The third theme is about technological development in the field of education in the era of disruption. Is from Mr. Alif Hidayat with the essay called Learning Virtual Center or LVC as a learning innovation of during COVID-19 pandemic. And last but not least, there is Aldi with the theme of what is your contribution and innovation as an Asian youth in realizing the best quality of Asian education with the essay Strange Education and Realizing SDGs 4 of Quality of Education. Okay, I will explain a little bit about this fourth theme one by one. Then I will conclude in the end of sections with the draft resolution, right? Okay. So the first one is about the first team, Team A, which is by Keisha. Okay. So Keisha was proposed her essay in the project that relates to SDGs number 8, called Design Work and Economic Growth, and also the other one, as you can see on the screen. Okay. Yes, the purpose that Keisha wants to approach is about Asian Youth Company that purpose to unite young people from all Asian countries who want to start a business while at the same time want to contribute to preserving the natural resource. So by that, we can conclude we can reduce the unemployed people rate and make a better civilizations and inclusive economy for our nations and in Asia. All can make a product daily for daily business development that friendly, environmentally friendly by their own ideas. So based on Keisha idea, which is about education business, okay, sorry. For the education business, we can know that Asian youth contribution in realizing sustainable development goals by initiating a startup business or a company in educations can persevering and make the most natural of research for long-term success that is very useful as the solution for the new approach of learning education business. Moreover, we can conclude that the best way to get involved and innovate in a business of education is to fully understand the scope of the problem, the audience, the target of the business, and also the step that and the process that we can ensure that the business of educations can be sustained and successfully achieve the goals. Okay, that's for Keisha, for the team A. Next is for the team B, which is by myself, called Adaptive E-Learning App. Okay, so basically this project or this essay was proposed by me because of the education problem in Indonesia, which is the low literacy and low numeracy and scientific knowledge and rational thinking skills in Indonesia, and from the students, the youths, the adults, Gen Y, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha. Based on that, this is the problem that I want to solve, that I have that we want to address immediately, because the fundamental skills that the literacy and the numerical and scientific knowledge is very important, because it is the foundation of practical skills and integrated knowledge. So by that, the key to solving the problems from these problems is because we have to give an equal access for everyone with education, of course, to give a better solution. And this is why I choose the adaptive learning as the collaborate to give a new approach of learning process in technology through adaptive applications. Okay. So here is the prototype. The solution in form of a product of the learning app, which is you can see by your screen, is to serve the community to get easily access with interesting features to improve their fundamental thinking skills in such quiz completion that can available for everyone. This application serves an adaptive learning method to reduce digital education gap during the pandemic with effective and efficient impact by providing learning access to adaptive. And the purpose of adaptive learning using mobile apps technology is the perfect idea to complete the schools, especially the access for everyone. And here are the adaptive learning goals based on my ideas. We can conclude that to provide access from the educations and learning process is we can innovate in a tools called adaptive learning, the process to make the technology of mobile application so everyone can use it regardless of their background, regardless they are students or adults. They can still learn in the lifelong learning process. In addition, for the educational applications, we can make sure that the applications can provide all the features are really fun and can gain the user to try adaptive learning for themselves and also predicted the sustain of resolutions of this technology for the future civilizations. Okay, that's for the team B. Next to the team C by Muhammad Alif Hidayat. Okay, Alif made an innovations called Learning Virtual Center, as you can see on the screen, or we can call it LVC. Okay, LVC has the purpose of elementary schools, school students doing online learning, and the purpose of the parents in preparing online learning for their children. Okay, and LVC has some features, as you can see from the screen. It serves content and features in available features to education, story, fun, entertainment, and parent service. Based on LIF ideas, we can conclude that we have to ensure that the technological development in education should be accessible for the youth and also the adults and as their parents. And of course, this prototype can make a lot can be developed and make a lot of creativity to bring new learning apps that can make everyone can use it. And this is a good solution to the team, to the technological development in the field of education in the era of disruptions. Now move on to the team D, which is by Mr. Aldi Winata. Okay. So Aldi is different from us. His idea is focused on voltage. Voltage is about voluntary activity and technology focused in innovations as a contribution to realizing the best quality of Asian educations. The quality of the education system and content for the youth as learners can be a predictor of a good competencies and performance gained by implementing and creating a well-blended learning system. Based on all the ideas too, the key of these 4 projects is to understand the problem and try to make sure that these projects are useful in the future. So we can so by that we can make the contribution of Asian youth realize for the SDGs will be defined with the new approach and enhance the usability from the platform that can we provide useful knowledge for everyone. So here is the Aldi innovation in Smart IU. Okay, that's all for maybe some little bit remember message from the delegates. So the next is our iteration. I would like to ask you, so what we can conclude from the ideas and that has been explained before, and how can we iterate it to make the sustainable projects in educations can be more develop and reach the bigger audience, and also how can make or invent the new ideas. Okay, move on. So the first, we have to realize that the contributions of Asian youth is realizing in realizing the sustainable development goals by 2030 could be realized by first the developing of different ideas using technology as a way to achieve equal access to quality education. As you know that we have approached it with the applications such like adaptive, LVC, and Smart IU that has been explained before, and implementing a new different approach to lead Asian youth to a better future, which can be proposed by Keisha before. And the next is, yes, there is 3 points. First, we have to recognize the difference between the number of the uneducated students and adults, men and women, in the opportunity given to them. So we have to make sure and be aware about how the gap, the digital gap, the gap of skills, the gap of knowledge that happens in our countries, especially in Indonesia, because Indonesia has a lot of people, a lot of student participation in this country, but the study results it can unbalance, cannot balance the participation number from the students. So we have to aware about the problem first from the education in our countries. And also we can emphasize the importance of creating business education technology to support learning process. We have to be more aware and emphasize how can this business educations or our technology can support everyone, can support how they can learn to have a listening process, not only just learn everything, but also can make them understand how they know what they know is true. How can they validate the truth? How can they think right to make a better decision for themselves? And also we can encourage people, everyone in here, to make a best access and education mandatory for age by everyone, regardless of their background, gender, nationality, and race, because we believe that the education is for everyone, right? And this is our support to make the access of educations so people can learn from it. And the third point is we can also support the informational technology startup companies or any innovators. It can be you, me, and the other one in here, and the other one not in here, to develop a new and affordable technologies that people can use in favor of their rural population. So we can make collaborations through the project. So we can make a big change for education. And also we have to confidence, as always, confident that our efforts, our innovation, our creativity can lead us to a future where everyone can receive the equal educations as has been explained in SDGs point 4, the quality of educations. And the last is me and the other delegates, and also all the committee wants to call everyone in here, everyone participant in here, inviting all the educators. We have this different background, right? We have a different educations, life journey, but in order to make a better education world, we have to collaborate. So I want to ask you, how about you? How can you make the difference for our educations? How can you make the innovations for the educations? Because maybe me and the other delegates start first, but it's not about that. It's about how can we make the big change for our educations? How can we make the better decisions and collaborate to make a better learning process? It's very important to our day and our problem today. So maybe that's all from me. Thank you for the time.
All right, thank you so much, Derry and friends, for the mesmerizing, insightful topic. Please give a big round of applause for Derry and friends. You can put any reaction, clap hands, or maybe smiley face, or maybe heart. I will put a direction too. Yeah, clap, clap, clap for Derry and friends. Thank you so much. There's something that I want to ask a bit to you, Derry, about your idea, yeah? The adaptive prototype. Is that right? Is that your idea, yeah?
Yes, the adaptive learning apps.
Yes, the app. Are you already build that app, or maybe later on, do you plan to put it on Play Store, maybe, or any other application so that we can download it and use it?
Actually, it's still on the process because I just designed the prototype using Figma. For the to build an application is needed financial, right, and business to make that becomes true. But for now, it's just a the Android can be used. Just wait. I hope in the future you. Thank you.
Sure, that's all. Can wait to see the adaptive application in the Play Store, and also LVZ, yeah, from your friend too. Maybe you can collaborate together, because I think the learning app is similar, yeah. And I saw that there's a kind of web novel or comics in there. It's interesting, yeah. All of your ideas from Kezia, Derry, Alif, and Aldi are synergized together, I think. So you can collaborate more later on if you want to take it serious for this, because I think you have to do this seriously with your friends, not only in this international symposium too, because all of your ideas are great for the improvement of education in Indonesia and also maybe in international. Thank you so much, Derry. Before we move on to the next presenter, would you mind stating your closing statement to us, maybe to encourage the youth at your age to contribute more in education, especially in their countries?
Okay, maybe I want to again invite all the participants in here, all the educators in here, to collaborate and make a big change for our education, because to achieve the education is not in the fastest time, right? It's a lot of process. It's a lot combining a lot of system, governments, apps, or maybe the organizations, companies. So I believe that to combat the problems of in our education, we have to collaborate and being adaptive for the future, so we can make a big change, and also can implement it as soon as possible to our life. Maybe.
Thank you so much, Derry, for your statement. I hope your dream will come true later on, and I will surely download your application in Play Store. Thank you so much, and thank you also for Kezia, Alif, and also Aldi. I also see Kezia and Aldi in this room. Thank you so much. You can share your response in the chat box. All right, now let's move on to our next presenter. Sorry if there's error first from our previous presenter, but now let's go to Africa. After we visit Indonesia from Derry, and now let's visit Africa, which will be presented by Miss Bushra.
Yes, hello and good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are.
Yes.
Hello, Miss Ayu.
Hello, Miss Bushra.
Nice to have you all here, and I'm glad I'm here with you today. Yes, I'm from Africa, but currently I live in Indonesia.
Great.
I'm in Bandung.
Okay, you're in Bandung right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe we should meet later on.
Absolutely.
Miss Bushra.
Absolutely.
All right, Miss Bushra. Do you mind if I call you with Miss or any other preferences maybe for your name?
No preference. It's up to you. You can call me Bushra or Miss Bushra.
Okay. Did I pronounce it correctly? Bushra or Bukra?
Yes, Bushra.
Bushra.
No, Bushra.
Bushra. All right, I'll try my best to pronounce your name correctly. All right, I want to make sure that your theme is about a prosperous Asia and the things that you will do in equalizing access to education for everyone. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, I'm so excited to look forward for your presentation. And are you ready to present your insightful material? You can take your time too.
Yes, I'm a bit nervous actually, and
It's okay.
yeah, it took me some time to connect to my laptop, and I'm sorry if there is any inconvenience.
That's fine. There's always the first time in every event. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Now we can see your presentation screen, and I think the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Ayu. So my name is Bushra Idrawi. I'm from Morocco, currently living in Indonesia. I've been living here for 5 years, since 2016. I'm a student university here in Indonesia. I do major in English education at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. So thank you so much for inviting me to be one of the speakers for this big and insightful event. So my topic is about equality in education in Asia, the case of Indonesia. Okay. Firstly, before we talk about education, let's talk a little bit about sustainable development goals. As we all know that sustainable development goals are 17. One of them realized equality or quality of education, which is goal number 4. So education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. It means that we have to prepare our generations for the future. We should prepare them today with all the sources and all the means that we do have. Brown says that education is a right which must be available to all on equal terms. Yes, we should make sure, and we should make the accessibility to education available to all our students, to all the kids in our societies. When we talk about equality, it means we should give equal access. We should give the same resources. We should give them qualified teachers. We should treat them equally. We should not discriminate our students based on their social economic class or based on the gender between boys, girls. We should not discriminate them based on the regions they come from. There should be an equality. Okay, so some of the goals stated by SDGs related to education are by 2030, we should ensure that all girls and boys are completely free and or have free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education. All boys and girls should have complete and free education. Unfortunately, we see that in some countries, and including Indonesia, education is not free yet, which is a very big obstacle for many kids to get access to school. So by 2030, we hope that we make our education free and accessible to everyone. By 2030 also, we should ensure that all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development, care, and pre-primary education. In some underprivileged groups, it is rarely to see that the children have care or get access to early childhood education, which makes a very or creates a big gap between the students. So we should ensure that we give them quality or equality education. We should provide early childhood education for everyone, so we can have students with equal or with equal rights and equal opportunities. Also, by 2030, we hope that we eliminate, or our goal is to eliminate gender disparities in education and ensure equal access to all levels of education and vocational training for the vulnerable, including disabled people. So there should be no discrimination based on gender. There should be an equalization between boys, girls, men, and women. All of them are equal. They should be given equal opportunities and equal accessibilities to education. Also, without excluding disabled people or students with special needs. We should consider this point, and we should give them also accessibility just as their fellow students. Okay, so actually I only mentioned a few of the goals, and we have uncountable or many other goals that we should consider while talking about equality in education. It's a very big theme. It's a very big topic. It's a very big goal that we have to reach, and there are a lot of things that we should work on to reach equality in education. I'll move to the next slide. Okay. Yes, a child or young person's circumstances, such as their wealth, gender, ethnicity, and where they live, play an essential role in shaping their opportunities for education and life, says UNESCO. So actually, our kids have different opportunities when it comes to education. So as I mentioned before, those opportunities lie under different umbrellas. Gender, for example, in our societies, especially the developing countries, including Indonesia, we still do find that there is a big gap between when it comes to gender. Boys or men are given more opportunities than girls or women. Of course, we do see that there is an increase now of women reaching education, reaching high positions in the society, but still there is a discrimination when it comes to gender. also ethnicity, and where they live. When we talk about where they live, it means the location. We cannot say or we cannot deny that there is a very big gap between students or kids that live in urban areas and kids that live in remote areas. Okay, for example, let's take just now the pandemic. We are forced to use technologies in our education. Kids are forced to stay at home and study from home. Do we all have, or do we all possess a device for education? The answer is no. Not everyone has a device, especially in remote areas. Not every student in remote areas has a phone as we do have. Not everyone has a laptop as we do have in urban areas, let alone the internet bandwidth. But as we all know, it's unstable in urban areas, let alone in remote areas. So we should really consider these things when we talk about equality in education. One more thing to consider when talking about education or quality of education, we talk about teachers as the main part of education. In remote area, students unfortunately are given less opportunities when it comes to resources, and teachers also. There are some statistics. Unfortunately, I have no specific or detailed statistic about that, but we consider that some teachers in remote areas are underqualified teachers. Okay, for example, let's take the English language. In some schools in remote areas don't have English teachers. So maybe any teacher at the school can be assigned to teach English just to fill the gap. Does it mean, or can we consider that that teacher is qualified enough to teach English? Not really. So we should consider to hire and to employ qualified teachers for our students, either in urban areas or in remote areas. Also, the resources we should provide. We should provide equal or same resources to all our students or our kids, including books, libraries, schools, equipped classrooms, digital devices, financial supports, etc. Okay, so education is one of the main drives of wealth disparity through Asia. UNICEF reports that in Southeast Asia alone, over 30 million primary and early secondary age children do not receive any state schooling. It means they are out of school. What they are doing outside the school at the age of schooling, maybe they are getting married. Now we can see, especially during the pandemic, that the number or the rate of child marriage is getting higher, is getting increased. Okay, because also there is a crisis because of the pandemic. Now I think millions of Indonesians now are unemployed because of the pandemic. Their kids are do not get access to education, or they need to help their parents at work, or go to the fields, rice fields, or to the pasar, to the traditional markets to help their parents. So they are out of school because of the economic status and because of the crisis. Okay. Yeah, one more thing to consider while talking about quality of education or inequality or quality in education is public and private school dominance. Of course, the private schools are dominant, and we should consider this point as well. We should give our students, either in public or in private schools, the same resources, and we should treat them equally, without giving the priority or the dominance for the private sector. Also, decentralization. Okay, if we look at the picture, it's obvious that it's a school in Papua. Papua is part of Indonesia. Is it even possible to compare Papua with Java, with Java? No, of course, it's impossible. So indigenous children in rural, remote areas of Papua remain severely disadvantaged, with almost 50% of over 5 years old in rural areas of Papua province never having attended school, compared with 5% in urban areas of Papua. Of course. So there is a decentralization, and the financial support are given unequally, or is divided unequally in Indonesian parts. As this is a big example just for the Papua one. So we should really divide our financial supports and our resources equally to all the regions in Indonesia, let it be Bali, Papua, Lombok, Java, etc. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about the solutions after we talked about the problems. So what should I do to minimize the inequality of education? As an individual, I see myself as an educator. I should first, and it's a bottom-up approach. So we have two approaches, bottom-up and top-down. So as a bottom-up approach, as a teacher, I should get involved in teacher professional development. Yes, I should be professionally qualified and ready for my students. I should put more effort on myself as a teacher or as an educator to give the best to my students. I should also provide quality teaching to my students. I should consider the needs of my students. Consider the needs, of course, our students or our children have different needs. They are learning differently. They have different learning styles and characteristics. So I should not give them the same thing, but I should give them the things they need, okay, to reach the same goals. And of course, we should talk about no child left behind in my class. So I should pay attention to every student's needs and consider that. And I should not discriminate in my classroom. When I talk about discrimination, be it gender discrimination, social economic status, where they come from, ethnicity, or whatever. So no discrimination. Okay, now let's go to top-down approach, which is the government responsibility, or the stakeholders or the policy makers. They should provide books to low-income families, books. Now it's the pandemic era. They should provide internet. They should provide devices and all the sources for learning and education. Exposing individuals to free resources. Yes, free resources. Not everyone can buy the resources. Not everyone can buy internet or a device. So it should be given to the needy students and underprivileged students. Supporting attempts to deconstruct capitalism influence on our social sector, capitalism. So there is an influence of the families that have or let's make it just simple, that have money, so they are more influencing our education system, which we should deconstruct and make it just equal. Access to literacy resources and teachers, okay, provide trainings to teachers, hire qualified teachers, etc., and closing the digital divide. As mentioned already, there should be no digital divide. All the sources, including all the technological devices, shouldn't be a problem for now or in the future. We should close this this gap and should provide all the sources to our students. I think that's all from me for today. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please feel free.
Thank you so much for your stimulating presentation, Ms. Bushra. Please give a big round of applause or any reaction for Ms. Bushra. I will put my heart reaction for you. Thank you so much for sharing with us about the equality of education, especially in Indonesia. But before I ask some questions to you, we would like to watch a video about Morocco. So for the committee, please help me to share the video. All right. Do you miss your country?
Oh, please don't remind me.
Oh,
a lot. I haven't visited my country for 2 years now. Before the pandemic, of course, I visit so much.
I hope you can visit your country next year.
Imagine a country where you could travel in time, rooted in Africa, but only 9 miles away from Europe. A country where you would find a 3,000-year-old city, holding one of the largest high-end international ports in the Mediterranean Sea, and the largest car manufacturing plant in Africa. A place where you could see the sunrise in Gibraltar, and still make it for breakfast 200 miles south, thanks to the very first high-speed train line on the continent. You would then be in Casablanca at Rick's Cafe, discussing 3D printing with leading aerospace manufacturers. Imagine a country where past and future are intertwined. One of the oldest monarchies being an emerging country. A kingdom of stability with a vibrant cultural diversity. A mix of African, Oriental, and European influences, with Berber, Arab, and Jewish heritage. A country where close to 17th century ruins, you would find the largest industrial zone for phosphate processing. A country where you could perfect your swing in the nicest place on earth to spend an afternoon, according to Churchill, or try snowboarding in the highest ski resort in Africa, before embarking on a journey into the Sahara. On your way south, you would reach the African Hollywood, where, next to the set of Lawrence of Arabia, you would find the world's largest solar power plant, and wind farms as far as your eyes can see. A country where young men and women embrace their future with hope, knowing they're part of something bigger and of somewhere beyond. Building a common future from the most competitive and highest platform. Seeing is believing. Welcome.
Welcome to Morocco.
fantastic. Morocco, what a beautiful country. Thank you, Ms. Bushra. Would you mind sharing a bit again about your country?
Yes, absolutely. So Morocco is a country in North Africa. Our first language is Arabic, and the second and official language is French language, and then English and Spanish are foreign languages. So English is being taught in our schools starting from junior high school, but now it's getting they are trying to implement it from the primary school. Yes, Morocco is in sea borders with Spain and land borders with Algeria and Mauritania. What else I can say about Morocco? Yes, so maybe its geography or geographical location makes it a very interesting country in terms of culture. It's a mixture of African, Arabian, and Oriental and European culture. It's a beautiful country also when it comes to nature, and we have 4 seasons. Also, if you like to do some snowy skiing, you can just visit us in Morocco. And yeah, I think that's it about Morocco. Yeah, a lot of things.
Wow, that's cool. How about the education equality in your country? Is it already free, or maybe there's something that you want to share about the education there?
That's a very good question, Ms. Ayu. When we talk about the equality of education, I think we have the same problem in all nations. It's around the world. It's a problem that we should solve. It's our problem all. So in Morocco also, we don't have the equality of education yet, especially in remote areas. Our students still suffer from infrastructures. They have lack of equipment in their schools. Maybe you can find 4 students in one table, which is really something that we should find a solution to as soon as possible. Some remote areas are marginalized, and it's hard even to provide teachers to those students in remote areas. Yes, which we still have a lot of problems to solve. But when it comes to free education, as you mentioned, yes, that's maybe the only, I can see it, maybe the only or the most positive thing about the education in Morocco. It's still free for everyone, which is something. It's an advantage for our education. However, we still should consider other areas. We should provide more qualified teachers. We should train our teachers. We should provide equipment in our schools. We should consider the infrastructures. We should consider the technologies and the internet, especially now amid the pandemic. Yes, we should also consider the dropping out of school of the students. Many students still drop out of school still, though the government are trying or attempting to solve this problem and finding solutions and minimizing dropping out of school, but still the number of and the rate of dropping out of school is still big, and we should consider this in the future to reach the sustainable development goals. Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Bushra, for raising awareness about education. I can truly see that you really engage in education and also really miss and love your country, Morocco. Would you love to see Morocco with you if you want to go home later on?
Please, I would be glad to take you to my country and to show you beautiful places and to get to know rich culture. And yeah, you would be amazed by our country as well. But,
yes.
But still, Indonesia is my second home as well. So I feel good in Indonesia. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here for 5 years and still counting. So yeah, it's my second home. I feel secured. I feel comfortable in this country with the very nice, peaceful people. So yes, but I would be glad also if you can visit us someday in Morocco. You are very welcomed.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bushra. All right, before we end this session, would you like to say any closing statements that can encourage Asian youth to contribute more in education?
Okay, thank you one more time for this opportunity to share a little bit about my thoughts. So what I can do or what I can say is we should work hand in hand for equalizing education. We shouldn't only wait for the government, for the stakeholders, or for the policymakers to give us solutions on a plate. No, we should work hand in hand as youth to equalize our education as educators, as parents, as students, etc. We should work all together to minimize the gap, to make the inequality in education vanish. So yes, it takes efforts, it takes time, but it's possible. Just we keep hope and we keep the hard work. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bushra. It's been a pleasure to meet you here and sharing a lot of things with you. Hopefully you can meet your home next year. And don't forget Indonesia, your second home too.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ayu.
Thank you so much. See you in another occasion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, or educators, we have come to the end of our agenda, so it's time for me to say goodbye. And it's been a pleasure to be here today discussing many wonderful things with you. I'm Ayu Intan signing off, and now back to you again, Cecep and Nisrina.
All right, thank you so much to Teh Ayu and all the speakers that have spoken in the International Symposium 3.
So, after this, all of the educators will get the time to have break time. And then we inform you that please be back at 12:30. But before that, you can have lunch, of course, have a rest for a while, but please don't leave this room until the break time over. And one more information is, dear all participants, please do fill the presents out of 4, 3 out of 4. And then if you guys feel less than 3, you will not get the certificate.
Yes, exactly, Kang Cecep. And also, ladies and gentlemen, and also educators, don't go anywhere because after the break, we will have another talk show that will be talking about scholarship 101.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's about tips and tricks when applying international scholarship. So don't miss it. And also, there will be a simple introduction by our Minister of Tourism. Yes, it's here's Sandiaga Uno. So don't go anywhere. So see you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen and educators. Welcome back again to
Asia Education Project 2021. All right, so all of the educators have done the breakdown. Of course, be ready with the new spirit and the new energy because we will continue to the next agenda. And what's that, Danish?
It's a talk show, and we'll be talking about scholarship. Maybe Kang Cecep want to apply to study abroad, then you need to pay attention to this webinar because it will be talking about tips and tricks when applying international scholarship. Wow, really interesting, right? So this session will be guided by our moderator. She is Firda Sarah Kartini. She's an education enthusiast, graduated from Science Education Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. She inspires others' confidence and accepts new opportunities with an open mind. She has experienced a lot in work, such as being a homeroom teacher in Cendekia Leadership School and being an education facilitator in Generation Foundation. So let's just greet her. Hello, Teh Sarah.
Hello.
Hello.
My voice can be heard.
You there? Hello, Teh Sarah.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right, Teh Sarah, how are you?
I'm fine. So good.
Great. Okay, then, Teh Sarah, you must be ready for this session. So the stage is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the Master of Ceremony. And I would like to open this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Asia Education Project 2021 under the term Contribution of Asia Youth in Realizing the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, as a communication forum for Asian youth contribution, especially in the field of education and poverty through technological advancement and leadership skills. Well, this is the last stage of a series of webinars at the Asia Education Project. In about 90 minutes ahead, we will have an important discussion in Scholarship Talk Show with the term Scholarship 101, Tips and Tricks when Applying International Scholarships. Introducing myself, Firda Sarah Kartini, and people usually call me Sarah, and I'll be your moderator today. How are you, everyone? You can write on the column chat how your day, and I hope we are always in a good condition. Now I see a lot of people present here, and maybe you can write where you are come from in the chat column so I can know which area is there. As waiting, you can tell me where do you come. For me, I'm here in Cimahi, West Java in Indonesia. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, education plays an important role in increasing the supply of reliable human resources. As we know, goal 4, quality of education, in the 17 SDGs agenda is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. In target 4.B, as written, expanding higher education scholarships for developing country is one form of the implementation itself. As a result, we must grab this opportunity as Asian youth play an important role in national building. According to the term of this talk show, we will discuss tips and tricks about preparing for international scholarships, and in addition, we will hear about the speakers' experience studying abroad, which will greatly inspire us to follow their steps. If you are one of the scholarships hunters like me, this place is perfect for you. There are 3 amazing speakers here, which are the awardee of international scholarships, and I would like to describe short about themselves. Okay. The first, we are pleased to inform you that among us here, we had the man behind Sejuta Cita, a platform that provides access to self-development opportunities. And he comes from Tanjung Pinang, and he has graduated from the University of Indonesia and Harvard University, majoring in law. He is also the first ever and only Indonesian to have spoken at the stage of the closing speaker for the commencement ceremony of Harvard Law School 2020. I would like to greet Mr. Andika Sudarman. Are you there? Mr. Andika Sudarman? Okay, maybe she's still on his way to come and join us here. And for the second speakers, she's a woman, of course, and she is currently a PhD student in University of Science and Technology Korea, and now working as a student researcher in Korea Institute of Science and Technology, or KIST, at Center of Hydrogen Fuel Cell Research. Very interesting. She is specialized in membrane work and of water electrolysis and fuel cells. She is an UST scholarship awardee and has many scientific publications, volunteer organization, and speaker experience. Now, and I'm happily to greet Miss Malika Najibah. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. How are you, Tasara?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm so happy to meet you here. What can I call you, Miss Malika or Miss Najibah?
Oh, you can call me Miss Malika.
Miss Malika, okay. Maybe you have any words to greet the Asian youth here?
Yeah, maybe because I'm from Korea, then I can greet you with Korean words like 안녕하세요, 안녕. Yeah, I hope that we can share some good knowledge here in this webinar.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Miss Malika. Last but not least, we have a coordinator of the Overseas Indonesian Students Association Alliance, or OISAA, for the America-Europe region in 2019 to 2020. He is also a founder and CEO of Oleh Turki Indo Corporation, Translate in Guedong Corporation, and Mr. Haki English Private Group. He is one of Turkey Blues Lari awardee and has a lot of organization and speaker experience. He is currently pursuing a master's degree in international relations at Koshali University. Now we have here, hello, Mr. Fajar Haki Ismaya. How are you?
Hello, Teteh Firda and Teteh Malika and all participants. I'm good. Hatur nuhun.
How can I call you, Mr. Haki or Mr. Fajar?
Mr. Haki, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Haki. Mr. Haki, do you have anything to say to our audience here?
Okay. As what my friend, Miss Malika, did, greetings in Korean. So I will greet in Turkish. Merhaba arkadaşlar, benim adım Hakkı. İlginiz için çok teşekkür ederiz. İnşallah beraber öğreneceğiz nasıl yani Türkiye burslarının öğreneceğiz. Öyle işte. Teşekkür ederim.
And I'm sure that only Mr. Haki understand the meaning of that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we have seen all the amazing speakers, and for the information, this talk show will be divided into two sessions. In the first sessions, I have prepared questions, which the speaker should answer one by one, and in the second sessions, the audience had the opportunity to ask our speakers through the comments column or speak directly to them. Please listen carefully and prepare your question from now on. And last, we really appreciate it if you could give us feedback at the end of the sessions to our speaker. So now we're moving on to the one that we've been waiting for. I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of people here that just can't wait to hear stories or experience from our speaker, who is now living many people's dreams. And without any further ado, let's jump to the first question. But first of all, I want to ask our speakers, do you want to share the materials first, or we can directly to the questions? How about Miss Malika?
Yeah, for me, I already sent a PDF file to one of the committees, so maybe someone can help me to share the slides.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, I will do by myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, for the committee, would you like to help me to share Miss Malika presentations? And after that, we will go for the Mr. Haki presentation. And I'm still waiting for everyone here to share where do you come from, so I can know which one, where do you come from. Nah, this is committee has shared the material. And I think without any further ado, Miss Malika, please start your presentation.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much, Tesara. So I will start, and if time is up, please let me know. Okay, hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all people here from wherever you are. So this is a very great opportunity for me to be a speaker here to share something about Korea, because here I already wrote that I would like to share about studying Korea, because maybe some of you would like to pursue higher degree for master maybe, or for PhD abroad, and maybe some of you want to continue it in Asia, like in Korea or Japan, because basically it's such a quite similar country to pursue a higher degree. So yeah, maybe we can go to the next slide. Okay, before I explain about scholarships and about studying in Korea, I would like to introduce myself. So my name is Malika Najibah, but you can call me Malika. And I was a bachelor student in chemical engineering in Bandung Institute of Technology at 2015, and I was graduated at 2019. And you know that 1 week after I graduated, I continue directly master student in energy engineering major in UST, or University of Science and Technology. And also here I wrote as KIST, that is also mentioned by Tesara before. It's Korea Institute of Science and Technology from July 2019 until 2021. So I just graduated from master of this August this year. And after that, I also directly continue my PhD in the same lab, same professor, and so on. And so I'm not only a student here, but also I'm working as the researcher in KIST. So what is KIST? What is UST? What is the difference? I will also explain it later. But anyway, if you are in Bandung, you maybe ever heard of LIPI, that is also Research Institute, so that's basically the same. And now I'm becoming the advisory board of PERPIKA, or Indonesian Student Association in Korea, for this year. Before I was becoming the governor, and now I'm becoming the advisory board, and also becoming this Indonesian student representative of UST. So yeah, without further ado, let's get started. It's in the next slide. Okay, so first of all, I would like to also explain the reasons why at the time I want to study in Korea, because in the background, in 2019, actually, I already become part of the master student in Bandung Institute of Technology, because I took a fast track, so that bachelor and master for only 5 years, so it will be quite faster than other students. But anyway, at the time, I canceled the master in Bandung Institute of Technology, and I decided to go to other countries. At the time, I also applied in Turkey, the same scholarship with Mr. Haki. But yeah, at the time, the announcement of Korea is like earlier, so that's why I'm now in Korea. And the reasons at the time why I would like to study abroad is first because of the scholarship. when I was taking my master in Bandung, I didn't get any scholarship at the time. I didn't apply for scholarship, but I heard that whenever we would want to study abroad, especially for master and PhD, there are some scholarships and a lot of kind of scholarships, not only from government, but also from industry, from professor, and so on. So it's very interesting for me. And I'm also looking for some scholarship in, at the time, not only Korea, but also Turkey and also in Europe. And I want to know what is the documents that I need and so on. So if you are interested in Korea, maybe this is very good for you, because I also will explain about how to get the scholarship in Korea. And the second reason is because the technology, I feel that in Korea, it has a better technology that might be, I can bring this new technology from Korea to Indonesia when I come back to Indonesia. And also, of course, the new experiences that I never get before in Indonesia. And also here I get this kind of international competition, because we're not only competing with the same Indonesian, with the Korean, but also some foreigners like from Europe, from Russia, from Vietnam, like Southeast Asians and so on. And actually here, even though I'm in Korea, my professor is not from Korea, he's from Germany. And also my lab mates, they are very like from Indonesia, from Germany as well, and then from Swiss, from everywhere in the world. So I feel that's good for me, the international competition. So yeah, next we will explain more about scholarship. So in Korea, actually a lot of scholarship, but I divided into two kinds of scholarship. First is the scholarship from Korean governments, I will explain later, and also scholarship from professor. If you want to know the details of every scholarships, you can find in this link, www.studyinkorea.go.kr. And it's not only in Korean, or it's not only in English, but also they provide Indonesian. So that's good for everyone who wants to look for scholarships in Korea. So yeah, let's move to other slide, the next slide. Okay, so the first one is the Korea Government Scholarship Program, or we call this as KGSP. It's actually the most famous scholarship in Korea, especially for people who want to start the bachelor degree in Korea. Most of them are like having this KGSP scholarship, but also some friends of mine, which is from master and PhD, they also gets this kind of scholarship. So what is KGSP? It's the scholarship provided by the South Korean government, and it's specialized for developing countries such as Indonesia. And you can also see here a lot of Malaysian that is also receiving the scholarship, and then Vietnam, and then Myanmar, and so on. And why it's the most famous scholarship? Because some people say that the tuition fee scholarships that they gave to us, to the students, is the highest amounts, like it's 1.1 million won per month. And if you never know like the currency of 1 won into rupiah, it's actually, I checked it today, it's like 12. But for me, who live in Korea, sometimes to make it easier, I just multiply it by 10, so that it will be, okay, just give a zero there. And so 1.1 million is like the same, like 11 million rupiah per month. And it's already including everything. And I will also explain how about another scholarship. Are they receiving higher or lower lower scholarship? But anyway, in this KGSP, it's divided into two kinds of lines. Like there is embassy line, and there is also university line. That's basically the same, but just in embassy, you have to apply and your application will be checked by the embassy, by the South Korean embassy. So that's, I heard that if you apply for this embassy line of KGSP, the acceptance rate is lower because you are competing not only with the same Indonesian, but also all people from all the countries that is applying for this program. And the good point of applying by this embassy line is that you can apply for a top rank university. If you ever heard of SKY, it's like SKNY. So S means Seoul National University, and then K is the Korea University, and Y is the Yonsei University. That is like the best university in Korea. You can apply by the embassy line. But if you want to apply for another university, such as not in Seoul, but in other city in Korea, you can apply for university line of KGSP because the acceptance rate is higher. And all of this scholarship of KGSP you can find by this link. Actually, it's the same link but by before, but you can check like KGSP. I think it will be absolutely there, and you can find it easily. And also in KGSP here, you have to learn Korean. So when you apply and then you are accepted, you will be sent to Korea for 1 year, and you have to learn Korean at a time, 1 year, and you have to get this topic. I will also explain what is topic level 3. And after you receive this kind of topic or the Korean certificates, you can continue the study. You can start your master, or you can start your PhD or your bachelor degree. But anyway, you have to learn Korean because when you apply for this KGSP, some courses that you will take will be in Korean, not only English, but also Korean. But in my case, I received another scholarship, and for me, I don't need to get this topic. And in my case, the class is always in English. So yeah, you have to learn Korean in the scholarship. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Yes, so the second scholarship, so you can see the image here is the professor. So it belongs to the professor scholarship. You can find National Research Foundation or NRF, and they provides around 800,000 won. So it's around 8 million rupiahs, and it's the minimum. And actually, I also see some students, for example, they should get this 800, but they actually get around 700 or 600. And for PhD, we will get higher amounts, like 1.3 million, so around 13 million rupiahs. And unlike KGSP here, we have to work in the lab because it's professor's scholarship. And here is the documents that you can prepare, like recommendation letter, and then you also need to have this topic or this Korean proficiency certificate, and then you can also attach TOEFL or IELTS. Actually, in Korea, we can also use TOEIC, if you ever heard of it. I think it's easier, and it's also cheaper, I think, because when I came to Korea, I used TOEIC instead of TOEFL and IELTS. But these days, somehow Korea tried to change the rules because a lot of foreigners coming to Korea, so they just accept TOEFL and IELTS for this year, I think. And also the transcript and diploma, and also GPA, I think more than 3.2 is safe. And then also essay and research topic. And you can also access the scholarship of NRF in this link. And actually, for National Research Foundation, you cannot apply for yourself. But for example, if you have supervisor in your lab or in your major, you can try to ask for his help, and he will apply, or he will contact some professor in Korea, and then they will have like collaboration of project, and then they will ask us to send some students from Indonesia to Korea. And I saw that a lot of my friends were getting this National Research Foundation scholarship. Okay, let's move to the next slide also. Okay, so this is the scholarship that I received from master and then also PhD. Maybe some of you were like asking what is the difference between UST and KIST. So basically UST is the university, so it's University of Science and Technology. In Indonesia, you can find like, for example, University of Indonesia, and then also UPI, this kind of university. So it's located in Daejeon, but another institute is the KIST or KIST, Korea Institute of Science and Technology. It's located in Seoul. So as I also mentioned before, KIST is like the same as a research institute in Indonesia, like LIPI. So basically you are university students, but also you're working. And here I wrote that the UST and KIST is located in different cities. So for your information, Daejeon and Seoul is quite far. So it's like around 2 hours by bus or by car. And at the first time, I'm also worried, like, should I always coming to Seoul and then coming back to Daejeon and vice versa? But when I came here, actually, I just need to stay where the institute is. For example, here, I have to stay in Seoul, and the professors from UST will come to my place because there are a lot of students who stay in KIST, and then the professor will come and teach us. So I have just to stay at Seoul. And so also mentioned by Sarah before, I'm now working in the Center for Hydrogen Fuel Cell Research. And if you guys also interested to go to this scholarship, you can also go to different research institutes. So it's the same university, the same UST, but you can go to different research institutes. Like here, I mentioned a lot of institutes, like there is KIST and then KIER, KIGAM, KERI. What is the difference? It depends on your expertise. For example, there is KIOST, KIOST. It's for someone who is learning about oceanography. It's in Busan. Or if you are like biological, from biology major, you can also go to this KRIB or KRIBB. So it depends on your expertise. In my case, because I was in chemical engineering and at the time I learned about catalyst, I think the most suitable institute is KIST. So, and here actually not a lot of people know, but actually they provide I think the highest allowance, like for 1 month for master, I received 1.7 million won, so it's around 17 million rupiahs, and for PhD, I received 2.2 million won, or around 22 million rupiah. But we have to also pay for tuition fee and for house. I will explain how expensive living in Korea, especially in Seoul. But yeah, anyway, we can also go to the next slide. Okay, so this is how we can get there to the UST. It opens 2 times in fall semester and spring semester. So here you can see that I mentioned March and September twice. So you can actually just remember these 2 months. That is, if you apply by March, then you can start study by September. Otherwise, if you apply by September, then you can start studying by March. And you can find also the scholarship information, the details information in this link, www.ust.ac.kr, and again, www.studyinkorea.go.kr. So I think the most important link to study in Korea is this www.studyinkorea.go.kr. It's very complete and yeah, you can find in any different languages of the information. And the documents that we need to attach or we need to prepare is the first is recommendation letter, of course, and English score. We can attach TOEFL or IELTS score, and then future plan and transcript or and diploma. So as your information as well, I mentioned before that I graduated from Bandung Institute of Technology on around July 2019, and 1 week after I went to Korea to continue directly. And at the time when I applied this, I didn't have this transcript and diploma yet. So I was at the 8th semester or last semester of my bachelor degree. But anyway, I can apply. So I think for the professor scholarship, especially this UST scholarship, we can apply even though we're not graduated yet. So I think that's good for us if you want to directly continuing your education or your study. And after we prepare these documents and it's mentioned that we accepted, there will be interview, 15 minutes via Skype. So you don't need to go to Korea for interview. But I know someone also from UPI, she's also receiving the scholarship in Korea. At the time, she has to prepare interview, but at the time she has to come to Korea. And fortunately, the professor prepares the money, so she can just doing the interview and then coming back to Indonesia and waiting for the results. But I think for these days, especially in this pandemic situation, the interview will be absolutely via online, via Skype or Zoom or anything. So, and all this interview is via English. So you don't need to have an ability to speak in Korean, because when I come to Korea at the first time, I cannot speak Korean at all. But now I'm starting to learn Korean, because I think that's necessary to talk with some Korean in this country, in Korea. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. Yes, so the good point, if you take this professor scholarship, you have to publish some papers. For example, master, you have to publish one paper or one academic journal. For PhD, it's like two papers, for example. So this is the difference between studying in Korea, Japan, and Europe, because in Korea and Japan, we have to have this research output like paper, patents, and conference. So during my master degree, I already published some papers and then patents, and I have also to write thesis, and I also like contribute in some conferences, not only in Korea, but also in Europe. And I think all of my friends, most of them, when they apply for this professor scholarship, they at least one time trying this conference. So I think that's also good for us to join this kind of project. Okay, so we can go to the next slide as well. Yeah, so there are some activities that we can do inside the campus. So there is some pictures here. In the left side, you can see there is the class. The class is very small because every semester, the new students, like maybe only around 40 students in one university. So it's divided into all the research institutes. So in case of KIST, one semester is only around 5 new people are coming. So in the class, we're like only 5 students and one professor. And I have ever experienced at the time only me as the students and one professor. So it's like the private course. But anyway, the students is not that much. That's why the class is also not that big. And in the center, you can see me and my friends and my Korean teacher. And here also some Indonesian people in my institute in KIST. I think KIST is the most favorable for Indonesia because a lot of foreigners also here. But in some institutes, I also see a lot of Indonesia. Actually, in Korea, I find a lot of Indonesian are here, not only in my institute in KIST, but also in other university like Seoul National University, and then KAIST, and then Korea University, and so on. Really a lot of Indonesia. So you don't need to worry about it. You will not be alone. You will have a lot of friends here. Okay, maybe we can go to the next slide. I will explain about the activity outside of campus. So yeah, we have to wait. Yeah, so this is the kind of activity outside campus. So in the very left side of picture, you can see that we cook in the kitchen. It's actually kitchen in my dormitory because when I came here at the first time, there is dormitory that is provided by the university. And I think most of the university in Korea, they always provide dormitory for the new students because it's cheaper, I think. And also the facility is good enough. So, and also I think not only me, but also Mr. Haki, when we come to study abroad, before we cannot cook at all, but once we are here, we have to survive. We try to learn how to cook, even though at the first time it's not that good enough, but by time we can, I think, cook better. And also in the next picture, it's my apartment. I will also explain like how much is the apartment in Korea? Is it expensive or is it cheap? Or yeah, I will compare with Indonesia. And this is also the next picture is me with my teachers. We have a music concert because I think in Korea they really like to have gathering a lot, especially before pandemic. Like at the time we have a concert every month, but these days we cannot do that. So I think it's like once per 3 months or once per 4 months due to this COVID. And yeah, because I like to play piano back then in Indonesia. So in Korea, I also get this opportunity to play piano. And also there are a lot of clubs. Like if you like photography, then there is also a photography club. If you like drawing, they also prepare for you. So I think they really prepare good things for foreigners so that you can feel less stress when you live in Korea. So yeah, we can go to the next slide. Yes, so this is the comparison of the living cost in Korea. In case of house, we can pay for dormitory for around 120,000 won or around 1.5 million. Or if I say to you, just multiply by 10, so it's like 1.2 million rupiahs. And for dormitory here, actually you will have roommates, so you have to spend your time not only for you, but also you will talk with your roommates and so on. And the roommates will not only be Korean, but also sometimes we can, for my case, at the time I live with Russian person, and then also my friend, they live with some Indonesian, because a lot of Indonesian there. So if you want to live alone, you have to rent one room or apartment, and it's very expensive, I guess, because it's 400,000 won per month or around 5 million rupiahs per month. If we compare to Indonesia, I think we just need to pay like around 1 million. I think it's the normal, like even less than 1 million. And also in Korea, we have to pay for deposits before we live in this one room or apartment, and the deposit is quite expensive. it's like you have to pay around 5 million won until 10 million won. So it's around 50 million rupiahs until 100 million rupiahs for only deposits. And then you can live in these apartments, and still you have to pay for electricity, water, gas, and so on. So it's more than 1 million rupiahs per month for only this house thing. And how about the meals? We can see in the next slide. I will explain about the cost of meals in Korea. So you can find snacks or meals easily in this GS25, CU, and then 7-Eleven, or you can find in restaurants. And I think the cheapest meal for one time, it's like around 10,000 Korean won. So it's around 100,000 rupiahs. And I think it's quite expensive when I try to compare with Indonesia, because in Indonesia, I think around 20,000 rupiahs, we can get a proper meal like rice and then chicken. Even if you go to nasi padang, it will be very complete, and you already get anything for only maybe around 10,000 rupiahs even. So if we convert it into won, it's like 1,000 won. So here we have to pay 10 times more than what we pay in Indonesia. And the first time I came here, I was so shocked because everything I compare it with Indonesia. But when I received my money from scholarship, I feel like, oh, okay, so let's stop comparing all the price from Indonesia to Korea. And I think maybe Turkey also difference, maybe more expensive than Indonesia. Mr. Haki will explain it. But anyway, in Korea, especially if you live in Seoul, it's very expensive. But if you live in some small city, like if you ever heard of Jeonju and then Kunsan, it's very cheap, and yeah, you can save your money more there. And yeah, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so as I promised, I will explain about this Korean language, or we call it as topic, test of proficiency in Korean. You can see here there are some Korean words like 감사합니다, 안녕, 사랑해, 화이팅. So this topic has 6 levels from level 1 until level 6. And if you are taking this KGSP scholarship, you have to pass topic level 3 for 1 year of studying in Korea. So if you didn't pass this topic level 3, I think you have to go back to Indonesia and you cannot continue your scholarship. This is for KGSP. But in my case, for scholarship from professor, we don't need to have this topic because we just need to talk in English for everything. But I see some friends, even though they are from professor scholarship, they are trying to get this topic level, even level 5 or level 6, because we can do, if you called it as, in Korea, we called it as alba. So you can work if you want to get more money. For example, you work in GS25 or 7-Eleven or in the Indonesian restaurants, and one day of working, like from 9 a.m. into 6 p.m., you can be paid for around 100,000 won. So it's like 1 million rupiahs per day. So sometimes some Indonesian students, they want to gain more money by working, especially on weekend. And you have to have this topic certificate for that. And also if we have this topic certificate, also we can, for example, if after you graduated from master or from PhD, then you want to work in Korea, of course you have to attach this topic certificate for that. So yeah, it depends on you. If you feel that you need it, you can have a try for this topic test. And yeah, maybe we can go to the next slide. Okay, so I think this is the last slide of mine. So I will try to let you know what is the ups and downs living in Korea. So I'm actually quite happy to have a study in Korea because they have professional educators. So when I was in Indonesia, in Bandung Institute of Technology, I remember like at the time I have question, and when I try to ask to them, they said that, oh, sorry, I'm busy. But whenever I'm in Korea and then I have question, they always try to answer my questions. Even if they don't have time, they say that, okay, you can come to my lab and we will explain to you. And at the time I have a question to them, and they really explain like for 1 hour, even though my question is very short. And they are always asking like, okay, is it clear or not? If not, I will explain it again from the beginning. So they try to be a professional educators. And also, as I remember in Indonesia, especially when I was in the first semester and the second semester in Bandung Institute of Technology, in one class we have around 300 people there, 300 students or like 200 students. And I think it's quite big and it's not effective. But here in one class, we only have like 10 people, 5 people. So I think it's very effective to learn something. And by living in Korea, I saw some advanced technology, especially the public facilities. Here, I also rotate public facilities, and it's very convenient here. We can go somewhere by subway or by bus, and it's very cheap if we compare from Korea to Japan. I think Japan is more expensive. Yeah, and also excellent public service, and then fast internet and Internet of Things is very good in Korea. And also in Korea, actually, whenever we buy something, we never pay with the real money. It's like we always use card. And I think in Indonesia, some people are already trying that, but some people still feels like, okay, real money is better. But in Korea, I think we always use card for paying. And Four Seasons life, of course, because in Indonesia, we never meet this snow. And then in Korea, we feels like this 4 seasons from summer and then winter and then spring and fall. And these days it's winter session. So like at night, it's even -5, -3. And this, I just checked, like now it's like 12. And maybe 1 month later, it will be -15, even in the afternoon. And I don't know, maybe Turkey is also more colder than Korea because, yeah, I saw that's like more snow there as well. And yeah, but there are some contrasts also living in Korea, such as like laboratory and professor pressure, so that I have some friends that is quitting their study because they cannot afford of this lab pressure. And racism, I also feel that, especially because we wear this hijab and it's not normal for Korean. But anyway, for me, when the first time I received racism, like they, pull my hijab and so on, I tried to control my emotion. Like they never see this before, but yeah, maybe some people, because they're so angry, they're just, you're doing racism and so on. But anyway, it depends on your feedback to them. And the first time I came here, it's quite hard to find halal foods. But these days, I think a lot of restaurants, they provide not halal food, but they wrote like there is no pork here. There is, for example, if they some Muslim, they don't eat like they only eat they don't eat chicken. Sorry, they don't eat chicken or they don't eat beef. But sometimes people are like in Korea, they wrote, where is it from? I mean, where is the chicken from? For example, if the chicken is from Brazil or if the beef is from Australia, some Muslim people, they want to eat it. I don't know, maybe because some Australia, they send also beef to Indonesia. That's why some Muslim people wants to eat it. So yeah, anyway, there's a lot of different people in Korea. Some people, okay, I don't want to eat pork, but I can eat chicken and beef. But some people, oh, I cannot eat anything, any pork, any chicken, any beef. I only can eat fish. So yeah, it depends on your belief as well. And the language barrier is very hard for you, especially if you cannot speak Korean at all. But if you try to learn Korean, I think it will be better for you, because even though for me at class, we don't need to speak Korean, but whenever we go to markets, we went to Subway, there are a lot of people trying to talk to you. And if you don't talk Korean at all, it will be very hard. And the competitive environment, sometimes it's good, but in Korea, sometimes it's competitive. So that's, as I told you before, some people are quitting the study, even though the study is not finished yet. So yeah, and also actually that's quite difficult to find friends. Also, especially if you cannot speak Korean at all, because some Korean, they are very shy. They feel like they cannot speak English, but actually they can. But they just feel like, oh, no, it's better to speak Korean. So instead of they're approaching us, usually us as foreigner is trying to approach them first, because they are too shy to start the friendship. So yeah, I think if you can speak in Korea, it will be in Korean, it will be much easier for you to find friends in Korea. Okay, I think that's all. In the next slide, I think it's, yeah, just, okay, I think that's all. That's it. If you have any questions, I think there will be question and answer session in the last. And if you still have any question, you can also reach me by my via social media. So don't hesitate to ask me anything about Korea, about scholarship and everything. So that's all from me. Thank you for your attention. So, okay, maybe Tessera, you can continue.
Wow, such a clear and informative explanation from Ms. Malika. So I can see clearly how the life of student in Korea, the good and bad, and you really explained it very well. So I hope everyone here who want to learn in Korea more motivated and can prepare everything from now. Okay, after flying to Korea, I will take you guys all to the Turkey. Now we have Mr. Haki with his presentations, and let's start from Mr. Haki presentations. I know you will have a lot of questions that want to ask, but after this we will ask them. Okay, Mr. Haki, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Haki, you can start.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your opportunity. And Teteh Malika, also thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to share my presentation for myself. Okay, is it shown? Is it shown, guys?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. What a comprehensive presentation that already been delivered by Teteh Malika. Thank you very much. At least you have already opened the mindset to study abroad and also get compared to a lot of scholarships, not only KGSP. Before I start, I will have a quiz. So here I have to cute, is it shown? Cute Turkish wallet. It's original from Turkey. I have 2 pieces. And then I have 2 questions. The first questions is, what do you think about Asia Education Project? Please chat in Zoom, comment, and please Teteh Firda choose the best one. I will wait until 30 seconds. Okay, let's begin.
Wow, it's only 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, please, you can start to write. 30 seconds. What do you think about Asia Education Project hosted by BEM UPI, Rema UPI?
Okay, there is the first answer, but it is from committee.
It's okay, it's okay. Committee can join unless Teteh Firda. Teteh Malikah also can join if you would like to. It's just ice breaking, okay? Everyone can join. Committee, please join. It's okay. But Teteh Firda, you will choose. That's why you can join it.
Okay, then. If I can join it, of course, I will choose myself.
Yeah. Without hesitation.
There's only one answer. It's from, the second answer from Indriani.
Really? Only one? So automatically I will send it to her or him.
This is the answer from Indriani Nur Azmi. She says Asian Education Project is very interesting. So many new knowledge I got. She says, and there's Satifah. It's a great program, very knowledgeable. Okay. I think this is 15 seconds left.
Okay. Teteh Firda, please count down.
Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, time is up. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there is also from Galaxy Milber. She said, as the education project is good for enlarge our knowledge. And last from Anggia Liana Julieta, she said that AEP is an amazing event, and I am so delightful that I can attend this event because the speakers are influential people. It's also nice to meet Bang Haki, Teh Malikah, and Kang Fajar. Wow.
Such a good lip service bit, yeah. No, it's okay. Okay, Teh Firda, please choose one. Which one is the best for you?
Okay, of course, from I see from the longest expression, I will choose Anggia.
Okay.
Because the rest of them is only short. That explain how is the AEP goes.
Okay, Teteh Firda, please ask the full address of Anggia, and please send the full address to me. I will send it maybe tomorrow. Yeah,
wow,
today,
okay.
Sunday.
Congratulations from Teh Anggia. And
Okay.
I will ask. Yeah.
Okay. The second question. What is the biggest burden or the biggest challenge of studying abroad? And for this session, you have 30 seconds to answer. And for this session, I will invite my friend, Miss Malika, if you don't mind, to choose the best answer. Because you're also activist of scholarship hunter that inspire a lot of people. Please choose one, Teteh Malika. Okay.
Okay, so it's 30 seconds, yeah.
Okay, if you guys forget the question, it's about what is the most difficulties to prepare scholarships. Come on. Free gift from Turkey. Original
Please,
ya.
all committee you can join. Zain, all Teteh Firda also you can join, but Teteh Malikah will choose. But please Teteh Malikah no KKN, okay?
Okay. Come on, everyone. Pesara maybe also would like to join.
The one is blue. The one is purple. It's from Istanbul. The store from Hagia Sophia area.
Wow, one person is already answering. Yeah. Let's wait for another one. Oh, okay. It's from Reina, Putri Salwa, Aldi Winata, Indriani. Endang as well. Wah.
Teteh Malika, do you feel parents' approval as a woman?
Not really. Not really. Yeah, but actually, when I was going from Solo, because I'm from Solo, and then going to Bandung for my bachelor degree, it's very hard for me. Actually, they don't give me approval at the first time, but yeah, I try to, yeah.
But for studying abroad in Korea, so it's like, okay, please go. Your parents said like that. Okay.
Yes,
It's
yes.
freely to say. Is that like that?
Yeah, but they said, okay, just please take care. Maybe because I have experienced 4 years in Bandung, so that's.
So thank you, Bandung. Oh my God.
Okay, do we still have time, or should we count down?
Maybe you may count down, Miss.
Okay, let's count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, time is up.
Okay.
I think every answer is good. Can we choose 3 or 4?
No, it's only one left, please.
Okay.
Some people from the answer, I see that everyone here have a lot of that say language is the most difficult things.
Okay, I think I already get the best. But I'm quite confused because both of them, I have two options, and both of them are very good. Like the first one is from Aldi Winata. He said, I think it's about how we can adapt with the new environment, with the new culture. So adaptation is really my biggest focus here. And the second good answer also, everything is good, but this one I also like it. From Lutfi Apriansyah, the biggest challenge to study abroad is the language, learn the culture, and also different geography seasons. So,
which one is the winner? Ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding.
Maybe, okay, I'll choose Lutfi Apriansyah.
Lutfi Apriansyah. Okay, congratulations. Lutfi Apriansyah, is it correct?
Yeah, Lutfi
Yeah, okay. Congratulations, Lutfi Apriansyah. Thank you, Teteh Malikah. Firda. I will change the procedure. Please direct message me.
So this is the third quiz. Wow.
No. Lutfi and Anggi with your phone number and what is it? Dress. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Teteh Firda, Teteh Malikah. So this
my pleasure.
So this gift is sponsored by Teteh Firda and Teteh Malika. Okay, not from me because I didn't do anything. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, my friends. Couple minutes ago, we flew to Korea, South Korea, and now we are heading to Istanbul, Turkey. Study in Turkey, a land of two continents. Okay, wait a little bit. Oh, I don't know what is happened. Wait. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself. My name is Haki. I'm awardee of Turkiye Bursları, or people usually called YTB or YTB, in Master Degree of International Relations in Kocaeli University, Turkey. I was also have a close tie with Korea. So Teteh Malika has brought me to a nostalgic moment, because in 2016 I also awardee of Mokpo National University Summer School in South Korea. And currently I am president or chairman of Korps Alumni Himpunan Mahasiswa Islam in Turkey, KAHMI Turkey, until 2026. For academic, I just published paper presentation in UDEF International Conference, Turkey. And I used to be a coordinator of Indonesian Student Association organization, OISA, in America and European region. And also joined Lemhanas into 2020. In my bachelor degree, I used to be also in Himpunan Mahasiswa Islam or Indonesian Student Muslim Association. Okay, what would you get today? First is why study abroad. Let's discuss it. Second is the geography and the season. The third about the culture of Turkey. The fourth is about the education. The five is about the YTB scholarship. Okay, so why study abroad? A lot of mindset and opinion already delivered by Miss Malika. The awesome opinion. Add more about study abroad. First is, of course, the knowledge, of course, the diploma, of course. So I didn't put it on my presentation, but I think the most interesting one is mindset. The second is network in national or international level. Why? Because when you study abroad, my dear friends, you will see Indonesia from a long distance to see. Somehow you can see Indonesia from other side. The beauty of Indonesia, the richful of Indonesia. That's the mindset. And for the mindset in international, you will meet a lot of people from a lot of religion. In Turkey, you can meet your Jewish friends, not only Muslim. You can meet a Christian friends. A lot of mazhab exist there. So will you harass them? Will you blame them that they are, I'm sorry to say, like kafir or something like that? Like somehow, sometimes happens in Indonesia. No, of course. You are minority there. So you will get a respect. You will respect them. And they will respect you back. You will learn about the tolerance, about the net. For example, CNN Indonesia asked me to be the contributor in live session in Ramadan, for example. And for the other network, of course, international one, like Miss Malika said that you will meet with the professors with a lot of, nationalities, not only Korean, not only Turkish, but a lot of nationalities. And also you will meet friends. People usually nongkrong with friends in Indonesia. In the future, there will be a president, there will be minister, there will be leaders or anything else. But you will start with the friendship with them, and someday in the future, because you already have contact with them, you already have a friendship, you can get a lot of benefits from them. That's the international network. The second one, every of you have a same or equal rights and opportunity to get education. It's like SDGs value, equality of education. And not only get the equality of education, but also for exploring the world. Indonesia is only one country, ladies and gentlemen. So hundreds of countries you have to experience. It's a reflection. Like Miss Malika, I also applied a lot of scholarship from maybe 17 or 20 scholarship I applied in 1.5 years, only 2 scholarship accepted. The rest of it reject me. So I conclude that maybe I can tell in Indonesian language because it's a deep reflection for me. Beasiswa adalah solusi bagi siapapun yang ingin mengenyam pendidikan setinggi-tingginya dengan biaya seminim-minimnya. Tapi tidak semua menyadari ini. So today, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, you have a privilege, internet, the access. Also today, without any meeting, without in pandemic era, contacting by physical, but you can earn a lot of information from Miss Malika and maybe from me. So please rethinking about your plan to study abroad. The second one is geography and season, ladies and gentlemen. So where is Turkey? Turkey is located in 2 continents, in European side and in Asian side. Why is it happen? Because Istanbul, like Napoleon Bonaparte, General of France, if the world is a country, so the capital must be in Constantinople or Istanbul. So it is a strategic place, and from Rome, Ottoman, even before the Greek civilization until now, Republic of Turkey. So Istanbul is well located into countries, into continents. So here is Turkey. From Jakarta to Istanbul, at least you will spend more than 10 hours, 12 hours usually. And then what is the season in Turkey? The season is same like in Korea. You have spring, you have summer, you have autumn, you have winter. For example, in this month, in November, in Turkey, you will experience autumn. So when you want to visit Turkey to enjoy, the autumn until November, you can visit there. But if you want to taste the snow, so you can visit from December to February. The third is the culture of Turkey itself. It is Grand Bazaar, the 500 years old traditional market from Ottoman Empire in Istanbul. So firstly is the Turkish language. Some people said that Turkey talk in Arabic. Some people said that Turkish talk in English. Well, they are not wrong at all, but you have to know mostly Turkish people talk in Turkish language. What is Turkish language? Like what I described before, like what you watch from Ertuğrul, like what you watch from Elif, like what you watch from Cinta di Musim Ceri, and so on so on. A, B, C. So C without the tail is J. We read it J. C with the tail is C, J. And then D, E, F, G. G with the up tail, like Erdogan. It's not correct to read Erdogan, but Erdogan. So we call it as yumusak G or the soft G. It is like in Islamic lesson matobi. You have 2-3 harokat when there is yumusak G, but you don't read it. And then he, E. What is different? E with the full stop, up full stop, and without up full stop. E with the full stop is E. E without the full stop is like E. Like in Sundanese, ce. So in Turkish, it's like cici, but without up full stop or titik di atas, up full stop. Okay. Le, me, ne, o. O with 2 full stop is O. And then P, re, se, S with the tail, it's she. It's shin like in Arabic. T, U, U with 2 full stop is U. U. V, Y, Z. So it's a unique thing that Turkish, because the location of Istanbul and Anatolia, or the land of Turkey right now, was experienced by more than 3 great civilization, the center, the capital of them. So it is, Turkish language is a mix from Arabic, Persian, Kurdish, Germany, even France. So what is the religion in Turkey? Like I said before, the majority of Turkey is Islam Sunni. So you don't worry, because if you want to stay or study abroad in Europe, but you will still want to hear or listen to azan 5 times in a day, the answer is only Turkey. If you want to meet with the Idul Fitri, Salat Jumat everywhere without any difficulties, the answer is Turkey. But you still breathe the grade of the transportation, the cashless, the grade of the facilities of learning, and a lot of things. The answer is Turkey for the European region. So what do you think firstly about Turkey? Some people of you maybe think Erdogan. Some people of you maybe think about Muhammad Al-Fatih or Said Nursi or Jalaluddin Rumi, and maybe the new one is Toprak Raziolu, who is the winner of Supermotor championship in Mandalika in maybe a couple of weeks ago. He is also from Turkey. So the pop culture of Turkish, you can find a lot of it in Netflix or even in national television, of course. When your mother, maybe after work, stay in front of the TV and watching Turkish drama. So that's the pop culture of Turkish. It's also, I think Turkish drama is not as strong as Korean drama, the power, but it's quite strong, far strong from Indonesian pop culture. So there is a mistake in Indonesia when you want to say kebab in Indonesian language. Actually in Turkey, it's not kebab. it's durum or doner. Kebab in Turkish language or in Turkey, when you visit Turkey later on, when you say you order kebab, they will give you satay. Okay, so kebab is a grilled meat, not kebab like in Indonesia. So there is a mistake of language use in Indonesia about kebab itself. So the fourth is education. This is my city, Kocaeli. It's exactly near of Istanbul, the neighbor province of Istanbul. In most of Turkish city, we have tram. You know, tram like this is not like a usual train, but when you apply this, your people must be ready about the high discipline because they don't have fence, you know, the fence or pagar in the street. So it's quite complicated if you apply it in maybe Jakarta or Indonesia. It is the Hagia Sophia. I want to show you the tolerance that Muhammad Al-Fatih, taught us. Even Hagia Sophia, conquered by Islamic leader, yes, Al-Fatih add like the symbol of Allah, Muhammad, for Khulafaur Rashidin, Hassan, Hussein, but he didn't erase the picture of Bunda Maria that in Byzantine Christian or Catholic used to believe in. Look at this Turkey itself. So it's a good experience to learn directly to Turkey. And this is my campus in the snow in the winter, Kocaeli University. Okay, so why study in Turkey? I will make it faster because I need more questions than my long presentation. So why study in Turkey? Ladies and gentlemen, you have to concern about this. First, Turkey is not European Union until now. But Turkey and EU has a tight cooperation. For example, Bologna process. So what is Bologna process? It's the European higher education area. So Turkey included in European higher education era. So like, for example, like me, when I graduate, or you, if you study in Turkey, when you graduate, you will get 2 diploma. Diploma in Indonesia is ijazah. You will get 2 ijazah. First is Turkish ijazah. The second is European Union ijazah, which already acknowledged or recognized as university in Europe. That's Turkish education system. The second one is Erasmus Plus. When you are in Turkey, you will get opportunity outside YTB during your study. You can exchange to European countries by scholarship. It is called Erasmus Plus in every university in Turkey. And you can get it easier. Why? Because Turkish people commonly are not capable enough like us in English language. Okay, a lot of international students in Turkey, so don't worry about the tolerance. And for the publication, Turkey is in the 20th biggest or the highest rank in the world. More factors. To tuition fee, reachable tuition fee. I mean, cheaper than maybe in a lot of European countries, United States or American countries, and prominent Asian countries destination. For example, today 1 lira, 1 lira is 1,000 rupiah. So it's very cheap. And even from the private university in Turkey is a lot of cheaper from Indonesian university. So please think twice if you want to directly study in Turkey, because it is really, it's really it's really good for you if you want to take this opportunity, because the cheap and the quality. And the climate is not so extreme like in maybe Russia or United Kingdom and like European countries. Turkey, even if in Turkey there is winter, but it's still warm for European or Four Seasons country. Kang Haki, how do I search the major and university in Turkey? So you can write down in your note www.studyinturkey.gov.tr. You can search what university you want, in which place, in which city, in Istanbul, in Ankara, in Bursa, in Izmir, wherever you want. And also the major that you want. I think you can research more deeper in this website. Okay, the last is YTB scholarship tips and trick. I will make it short. So YTB or YTB or Turkish scholarship is the most prominent scholarship in Turkey. Why? Because first is fully funded. The second is directly from government. The third is it's an all-in package. You don't pay anything. I will tell more after this. Okay. First is what makes Turkey Burslari unique or YTB unique. First, if you are accepted as the awardee of YTB, you don't have to get or apply for LOA. In some scholarships, for example, LPDP, you enroll LPDP by yourself and you ask or you search your letter of acceptance by yourself. But in YTB, you choose when you register your documents. There will 12 universities you can choose. And after you are accepted by YTB, automatically YTB board trustee will choose the best university according to your CV in Turkey, of course. And also from the registration to the flight taking off to Turkey, it's only within 1 year. When, for example, LPDP will take 2 years or more. The third one is Turkey Burslari. It's not necessary to submit IELTS or TOEFL. Okay, so if you have problem with the language, YTB or YTB is the answer. The last one, Turkey Burslari, not only a fully funded package scholarship, but also you will have a membership and you will connect to international network that, alumni of Turkey from YTB, from Africa, from Europe, from United States, from Japan, from Korea, and a lot of countries in the world. The second one, YTB always send you the announcement, and also they do the education and the conference, even the exchange program for you to improve your soft skill. So when you are accepted by YTB, what will you get? First, of course, the placement of university. You don't worry about this. It's automatically handled by them. Second one, you have monthly stipend. Monthly stipend, you can read by yourself from undergraduate, master, and PhD level, has different levels. And also you have tuition fee paid by YTB. You don't have to pay your university tuition fee because already paid by YTB. It's excluding your monthly stipend. So you got your monthly stipend, you don't have to pay to university. And you will have mandatory to learn Turkish language, like maybe Korean, 1 year. So it's a unique things for me because you already in Turkey, but you just do a course. You can do a lot of travel. That's what I advise to you. You get health insurance, you get accommodation. For living, your house, food, your daily basic needs. The last one, you will get a free Turkish airline tickets from Indonesia to Turkey, from Turkey to Indonesia when you graduate. So this is the requirement. I think I let you to read it by yourself. Okay, so this is also the requirement. Pas foto, nilai UN, ijazah, or SKL Bahasa Inggris. Your transcript, proposal dissertasi for PhD, and also for thesis, thesis proposal also for master degree. You need to submit that. Recommendation letter in English, of course, at least one piece, but I highly recommend you to make two letters of recommendation. Okay, so this is YTB scholarship timeline. Don't forget it, please, because it is a big change for you. Usually, YTB will open its registration fully online in January, in every year, in January. So this month is November, you have still 1 month left to wait of the announcement publication. And from January to February registration period, you just will get the result, the final result, and you fly to Turkey in maybe after June or July, like me in September. So it's very short time to you to wait. I mean, because some scholarship you have to wait maybe 1 year to after you are accepted by the scholarship, 1 year to go to the country, but not for YTB. YTB within maybe half year. So see, this is the website of YTB. Please take it note: www.turkiyeburslare.gov.tr. Okay. Yeah, this is how to apply YTB. It's so technical, but I think it's also quite important just to show you. Website, there is apply and login if the registration is open. Okay. So yeah, you make a membership. Okay, you do login again. Okay, so what is the main documents? The first is motivation letter, or in Turki Burslare or YTB, you will know the name is letter of intent or LOI. Okay, why do you want to study in Turkey? What is the factor? What is your data? What have you been done in your university or in your senior high school before? And what will you do after you graduate? Why Turkey Burslare have to choose you? I really recommend it. You write it down in Turkish language, because right now a lot of online Turkish course you can learn, because the opportunity will get higher. But in English, it's okay. So this is the letter of intent for master and PhD, quite different. Okay. You got thesis proposal, what is the working title, analysis of problem, research method, general section of study, academic contribution of the subject, literature review. Okay, this is my letter of recommendation from my lecturer. I recommend you to write down the object, you know, the aim of the letter, not specific one, not write the don't write the specific one, like me, to whom it may concern. So you don't have to call your you know, supervisors in your university in every single time you apply the scholarship. Okay, this is the sample of letter of acceptance of Turki Burslare. For example, this one, Muhammad Fajar Haki Ismaya, scholarship number, blah blah blah blah. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much. Hatur nuhun, BEM UPI Bandung, Sadayana, Tasyakur Ederim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow, thank you once again for Mr. Haki for the clear explanation. Know about the get through it, and please tell us about that. from Miss Malika first.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say thank you, Mr. Hakis, very great presentations, and also thank you, Tesara, for the question. So yeah, this is a very important question, I think, especially for you who would like to apply for studying abroad. No, abroad, sorry. Yes, so the most difficult thing when I experienced at the time is preparing the documents, of course. For example, like at the time I have to give the English certificate, but at the time I don't have any. So I have to prepare in a very short time. But actually, I think if I prepare it better at the time, I can prepare it, for example, when I was in the second semester or third semester in Bandung Institute of Technology, I can prepare not doing the test yet, but like preparing all the English preparation. So if you guys now are in the second semester or third semester in the earlier of your study, you can prepare to learn English well. And then when you want to apply, I think it's better if you already have this kind of English certificate, because I think that once you have this English certificate, the door to study abroad is very open for you. So I think that's the thing that you can prepare from now. And yeah, still preparing the documents, in case of a recommendation letter, it's also quite hard for me at the time, because as I also mentioned before, the professors, they are very busy to prepare that, and I have to like make sure it's already done or not. So I think that's also quite tricky to prepare. And also the next thing that is also quite difficult is the interview, because at the time it's the first time I have interview, especially in English, for this scholarship, and I was very nervous, and I worried if they asked me a lot of difficult things. And at the time I wrote like what questions that might be questioned by them. One by one, I wrote it, and I also wrote what is the answer, because it's in the by Skype. So in case I cannot answer, I can read the questions that I already wrote. But at the time, I think I only feel overthinking, because actually they just asked me a very easy question. Like I remember at the time that we have around 15 minutes of presentation and Q&A, but they spend more than 10 minutes to discuss everything in Korean, and I don't understand what is it about. And the last time they asked, Malika, we see that you didn't graduate yet. And at the time I was like around 20 years old, and they said, oh, you're too young, I think we cannot accept you. Because before I thought they will ask about like what is structure of chemical thing and what is the chemical engineering thing, but they just prepare something about you, like personal thing about you. And at the time I also would like to make sure like, no, I will graduate soon on July. And then also I explained that I was taking this acceleration class, so that's why I'm young now, and that's they're considering me at the time. So yeah, I think interview is also quite difficult to prepare, but I believe that you guys, if you prepare it very well, you can pass it well. So yeah, I think that's for me the most difficult thing is preparing the documents, and also especially the English certificate that actually you can prepare much earlier. But I know that maybe some of you like, or at the time me, I'm quite busy with my study, so I don't have time to prepare it well, especially for English certificates. So I use TOEIC so that it will be shorter. At the time, I have only 2 weeks of preparation of English certificate to get the certificate. So I hope that you can prepare it longer. That's from me. So maybe Mr. Haki has his own answer.
Wow, thank you for Miss Malika. So we can learn that don't overthink, but you have to take the time to prepare more, and it is better to do it earlier as can do, yeah. And for Mr. Haki, how about you? What is the most difficult thing, and how can you solve it?
The most difficult thing. Actually, when you are commit with scholarship hunting, the difficulty will be started when you really experience the first day. I mean, you know what? When I really agree with Teteh Malika, I will add more in another cases. For example, when you're applying in a lot of scholarships, even maybe your friend, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband knew it, or your dad or your mommy knew it, but finally you are rejected. But it's not only one scholarship, a lot of scholarship. Could you think how mentally you are pressured by that? So I think for me, in my cases, that's one of the biggest obstacle. The biggest one is when maybe almost a year I was struggling in scholarship and no acceptance at all. In one day, I went to Jogja. My car crashed, but I still come to Jogja to do interview in the morning. My car crashed in the night before. But I come to Jogja, not in, less than 10 minutes, I was rejected by the scholarship. And in the evening of that day, I was also rejected by another scholarship. In the night of that, there was another announcement that I was rejected with another scholarship that I applied for. What do you feel about that? After 1 year, you are struggling because you know what? When you apply the scholarship, the announcement that you will be waiting for it spent maybe 4 months until 1 year. So when you are waiting for that, but you get a failure things, what will you experience? But I have a formula after that for myself. If you are hunting the scholarship, as long as it's fully funded, and the second one, the major you like it or you interest with it, so apply all. What is the accepted one? Once it's accepted, you choose the accepted ones, not from the beginning. The second one, when you are hunting a scholarship, if the failure or the rejection comes, so you accept it before it comes. But if you are accepted, if you are succeeded with a scholarship, it's a bonus of a struggle. So that's the mental management that I do believe in it. So after that, any of rejection, I don't care, like that. But if there is, announcement, the good announcement that I was accepted, so it's just bonus from Allah. It's just bonus of struggle. After that, my mental illness was really good.
Wow.
Thank you.
Maybe this is for everyone who want to get a scholarship. You have to have this spirit. This is the right. If you want to apply, you have to accept the failure, but the acceptance is only a bonus. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Haki and Ms. Malika for this session. And I want to say sorry for everyone who wants to ask. Don't hesitate yourself to follow and ask directly to them, to Ms. Malika or Mr. Haki about your question. I know that our speaker will be happy to talk more about this. And it doesn't feel like we've been together for more 90 minutes talking about scholarship preparation and more about Korean, about Turkey. And I hope you can learn something today. And if you find this talk show informative and useful, don't hesitate yourselves to share what you got in your social media, and you can take at Asia Education Project or our speakers here. And I'm sorry that we have to end this session. And finally, I am Firda Sarah Kartini, and that's all from me. We'll see you again in another time. And thank you. Good afternoon. And I return to Master of Ceremony. Once again, thank you for all the speakers.
All right, thank you so much for the speakers and also the moderator. And what's next, Kang Cecep?
So next will be a performance again, then Selena. The same like yesterday, there will be a traditional dance performance. It is from students of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, we present special performance from KIG Dance Community, and enjoy the show.
Ooh.
All right, what a beautiful performance from KIG dance community.
And now, Kang Cecep, ladies and gentlemen, and also educators, it's time for us to listen to a speech coming from the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA. He is passionate in empowering young entrepreneurs, creating to support in small, medium enterprises, and giving microloans to thousands of Indonesians. Since 2005, he has been active as social entrepreneur and serves as chairman and founders in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Sandiaga Uno.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Greetings from Jakarta to all of you. The COVID-19 pandemic. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Greetings from Jakarta to all of you. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused wide impact on the global health and economic crisis, including the travel and tourism industry, which have been badly hit. However, the pandemic also provides a rare opportunity for reflections and recalibrations to accelerate again and grow better for the people, planet, partnership, peace and prosperity. 5 Ps: people, planet, partnership, peace and prosperity. This is very relevant because the global community now has only 9 years to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, as outlined in the 2030 Agenda since they were declared in September 2015 at the United Nations General Assembly. On a national and global scale, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy seeks to mitigate and recover, as well as adapt to the new normal situations, namely by encouraging changes that shift towards sustainable development based on human rights and equality to encourage social, economic, and environmental development and ensure that no one left behind. It always supports a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient recovery throughout the world, which to promote equality and accelerate progress in all SDGs, recognizing the importance of nationally owned strategy, empowerment of women and youth, as well as access to affordable, renewable, and sustainable energy. Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy continues to encourage our young generations to participate in the 3 main pillars for the recovery and also to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs by using innovations, utilizations of big data in mapping the tourism and creative economy sectors, adaptations with the implementations of the cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability protocol in tourism destinations, and creative economy center as a form of a new normal, and finally collaborations as an active facilitator with the tourism and creative economy ecosystem. In terms of sustainable tourism development, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy has undertaken a program so-called Sustainable Tourism Development, or STDIF, as flagship program which comprises of STD, Sustainable Tourism Destinations, STO, Sustainable Tourism Observatory, STC, Sustainable Tourism Certifications, STI, Sustainable Tourism Industry, STM, Sustainable Tourism Management and Marketing, along with some highlights initiatives such as prototyping neutral carbon destinations, carbon footprint calculator, waste management, water management, renewable energy carrying capacity, limit of acceptable change, and also regular environmental impact assessments, and green sustainable project millennial green champions of green leaders. We have launched various supporting programs to grow aspiring entrepreneurs for the younger generations, and also set up a digital ecosystem such as Widuri, Wirausaha Digital Mandiri Ekonomi Kreatif, Backup, Baparekraf for Startups, BDT, Baparekraf Digital Talent, Go Startup Indonesia, Food Startup, and many much more. This is because we believe that this sector has the potential to absorb a large number of workers and create jobs, and also create the widest possibility of opportunities and as a solution to realize SDGs by eradicating poverty through tourism and creative economy. In the spirit of adaptations, innovations, and collaborations, I am optimistic that the role of Indonesian youth can become pioneers, champions, and formidable leaders in sustainable economic development. Efforts of the future. Congratulations and success for Asia Education Project and Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. May God bless all our endeavors. I thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cara menggunakan kode voucher Rp50.000. Setelah berhasil login ke aplikasi Evermos, pilih produk yang ingin kamu pesan lewat kolom pencarian. Ketik saja nama produknya. Setelah itu, klik produk good, kemudian pilih variannya. Lalu klik beli sekarang. Kemudian tambahkan alamat pengiriman. Isilah alamat pengiriman yang kamu tuju, yang terdiri dari judul alamat, nama penerima, nomor telepon, kabupaten atau kota, kelurahan, kode pos, dan alamat lengkap. Kemudian klik simpan. Setelah itu, klik alamat tadi, nama penerima, kemudian lanjutkan ke bagian keranjang, kota, kelurahan, kode pos, dan alamat lengkap. Klik pilih pengiriman, kemudian klik simpan. Lalu untuk kode voucher Rp50.000-nya masukkan di kolom, kemudian kode promo ke bagian keranjang. Untuk voucher Rp50.000-nya, nama kodenya adalah transaksi pertama. Lalu untuk kode voucher Rp50.000-nya masukkan di kolom, otomatis kamu akan mendapatkan potongan Rp50.000. Untuk voucher Rp50.000-nya, nama kodenya adalah. Setelah itu klik pembayaran. Transaksi. Pilihlah metode pembayaran yang ingin kamu pilih. Misal kamu ingin pilih transfer bank, klik transfer bank. Pilihlah metode pembayaran bank yang ingin kamu pilih. Setelah itu, klik. Misal kamu ingin pilih transfer bank, klik transfer bank. Salinlah kode pembayaran, kemudian langsung bayarkan. Untuk durasi waktu pembayaran kode voucher yaitu selama 2 jam 59 menit. Apabila kamu membayar lebih dari waktu tersebut, maka otomatis kode voucher kamu akan hangus. Oleh karena itu, pilihlah produk yang sudah pasti ingin kamu pesan ya. Selesai. Tunggulah produk
Besar ISPI Bandung, haturan.
Monica, and then the username is Sari Monica _ And then the next one, congratulations for Nusaiba Abdul Wahid, and then the username is nusa.aiba. Congratulations for all of the winners, and then all the winners may contact the committee to get the present. And then, of course, the committee, would you like to say the contact on the chat box?
Okay, already?
Okay. So once more, we'd like to say congratulations for all of the winners.
All right, Kang Cecep. By the way, what have we done for today?
Okay, actually, we have done so many things for these 2 days in this wonderful event. We have got a lot of webinars and also symposium, and we have watched some art performance from Indonesia, and also from another country itself. And we have got the talk show itself, some information about the scholarship. Hopefully, this information will be
a
guide for you educators to go abroad, to go another country, to get the higher education.
Yeah, sadly we need to say goodbye. But before that, let's take a picture first to document our session.
Exactly.
Okay, so educators, can you please turn on your camera?
Would you like to turn on your camera? And then please, the committee, would you like to help us?
How many slides are there?
There are
a lot.
100. There are hundreds slides.
Okay, so.
Okay, so.
Okay, let's take a picture.
And show your best expression.
And smile. All right. Okay, they're coming.
Go, everyone. Please turn on your camera. Okay.
Okay.
Because actually we are at the end of the event.
Yeah, so we need to document. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen and educators, we need to inform you that Pak Anies Baswedan couldn't attend today's event because of some problems, so we apologize, but that's okay, don't worry, because we have a lot of knowledge and insights from incredible speakers. So, yep, and today, now, let's take a picture then. Okay, you ready?
All right.
All right. Okay.
Will be guided by Tehnis Rina.
All right. Committee, ready? All right.
Okay.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, once
Another
more.
slide. Another slide.
Another slide. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, another slide. Okay, maybe this is the last slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you, everyone.
You can click the button for applauding this moment.
All right. We'd also like to say thank you and express our gratitude to our speakers, incredible moderators, and all participants that have come this far.
Exactly.
Also, we would like to say thank you to our sponsors that have supported our event. There are Pegadaian, Ajaib, Cakap, Pahamify, Aku Laku, Top Karit, Pojok Konveksi, and Bebek Komat.
And also, we would like to say thank you for all of the committees that have done your best. And it was really great and successful until this far. And also, we would like to say thank you for all the speakers. Don't forget to say thank you for all of the participants that have kept their spirit until this far. And once more, don't forget to fill the presents. At least you have to fill out of 3. 3 out of 4. If you guys only filled less than 3, then you will not get this certificate. And once more, Tehnis Rina, by participating Asia Education Project, we hope that it is a place for us to become a better person, better person for a better generation.
Right.
And one of that is to make higher education.
Right, Kang Cecep. And now we need to say goodbye, sadly.
Here we are at the end of the event. And last, I am Cecep Abdurrahman with my beautiful partner,
Miss Rina Salma. See you in Asia Education Project 2022. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a great day.